One, two. One, two.
morning, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Can I ask that we all just take our seats and settle down? We're about to begin. So everyone who is supposed to be in here is in here, right? You don't have a friend, a cousin, a spouse who's still outside. Are we all clear? Okay. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, a very good morning, everyone who's here today. Welcome to the CHIETA National Skills Dialogue. My name is Tembeki Lemkhototo. No, I am not an engineer, but I am a radio and television news presenter. Sometimes I may have crossed paths with some of you. Pleasant, not so pleasant times, but it's good to be here with you all this morning. Over the next 2 hours, we're going to be tackling a very important issue when you talk about skills in South Africa, because it's key, right, to every industry, but also in a country where just last week we got possibly some of the most depressing, distressing figures related to the joblessness crisis in the country. There's never been a more important time, in fact, a moment to discuss how we skill South Africa's young population in particular. 62% of young South Africans between 15 and 24 are unemployed, according to Stats SA. Those were young people who were sitting without work just in the first quarter of this year. When you break those figures down and you look at the number of people who've given up looking for work, either because they're not able to study or find their way through a program like what the CHIETA has run, it becomes even more bleak. So today we're going to hear from government, we're going to hear from the CHIETAs themselves, and we're going to hear from industry about the progress that's been made and perhaps what we can do looking to the future. And that is why our conversation for the day is aptly themed around bridging the skills gap, advancing workforce development for sustainable livelihoods. Once again, we're hosted by CHIETA in partnership with Inside Education, and a special thank you, as always, to the Department of Higher Education. In fact, we're fortunate enough to have among us the Minister, the Honourable Minister for Higher Education and Training, Dr. Nobuhle Nkabane, as well as a delegation from the Higher Education Department, including the Director General, Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi, who's here as well, and the DDG responsible for skills development, Mr. Zugile Nomvalo. We also have CHIETA CEO with us, Yershin Pillay, who we'll hear from as well. And then from Inside Education, we're joined by the Executive Chairperson, Mr. Maduma Letswalo. And thank you to the panelists as well, who've already taken their places. They're going to take part in about an hour-long discussion later, where we'll be unpacking the various parts of this wheel as we try to make sense of how to better skill South Africa. And thank you, our guests, for being here today. I know most of you could have been many other places, but you decided to join us this morning. We appreciate and value your presence. House rules, what's a gathering without those? First one, always most important, if you need a comfort break, as they say in Parliament, Minister, the bathrooms are through here. You walk straight out, turn left. The first ones are for the ladies, and then gentlemen, you will have to take a few steps further down the hallway to find your bathrooms. And if you want to follow the program, there's a QR code you may see on the table, the desks that we have here this morning. If you scan that, you will be able to access the conference pack, as well as scan the QR code sticker on the desk in front of you to see what else we're going to be discussing over the next 2.5 hours or so. You can also join the conversation. In fact, we encourage you to join the conversation online. Please use the official event hashtag so we can all see what the thoughts are coming out of this dialogue. The hashtag is CHIETA Skills Dialogue. That's CHIETA Skills Dialogue. And give us your insights as well as standout moments as they come up today. In terms of audience engagement, I mentioned that we're going to have a panel discussion later. Now, we will start with a few questions from myself, and then about 25 minutes into that, we'll then open it up to you as well, so that you can give input or pose a question to any of the panelists. And I'd like to encourage you to please participate, okay? Are we all good so far? Are you guys cold? Are you intimidated because this is a place of learning? And we're going to start now by setting the scene, if you will, for the program. And as I mentioned, this event is being hosted today in partnership with Inside Education. And the executive chairman, Mr. Matuma Letswalo, is here to give us the welcome address. Please welcome him to the podium.
Thank you, Program Director. Just a minute. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for making time to join us for this important National Skills Dialogue. You could have been any other place on a Friday like this, but you chose to battle the Midrand traffic so that you can be with us today. And for that, we really thank you. I hope you helped yourselves to breakfast at this lovely venue, and you are looking forward to the engagement today. So please allow me to get underway by observing protocol. Honorable Minister of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Nobutle Nkabane, Director General, Dr. Nkosinate Sishi, Chief Executive of CHIETA, Mr. Yeshen Pillay, other CHIETA CEOs and executive present here, stakeholders in the education and training sector, ladies and gentlemen. Minister and DG, let me start off by noting that it has been a good month of interacting with Inside Education. We were with you at the beginning of the month for the induction of the National Skills Authority board, and here we are today together again. A lot has happened since we were last together, and thank you for making time to engage with us, and thank you for your leadership, Minister. Energy and ideas for leading this sector. Mr. Pillay and CHIETA, thank you for bringing us together for this important dialogue today. Ladies and gentlemen, we convened here for this dialogue under the theme, Bridging the Skills Gap, Advancing Workforce Development for Sustainable Future. As we gather here today, I have just made an interesting, if slightly disturbing observation. 2 weeks ago, the President and Minister of Finance launched the second phase of Operation Vulindlela, the government reform program that was launched in October 2020 during a pandemic, the COVID pandemic. The first phase of Operation Vulindlela focused on energy, water, logistics sectors, as well as visa regime. The second phase will focus on local government and addressing spatial inequalities, but also digital transformation. an area that should interest all of us gathered here today, and one in which we will delve deeper into during our dialogue. What struck me is the fact that phase one of Operation Vulindlela mobilized 500 billion worth of investment, 80% of which, or 400 billion, went to the energy sector and helped towards addressing load shedding. Yet the quarterly labor force survey shows that following a loss of 291,000 jobs in the first quarter, unemployment is either stagnated or has worsened since last quarter of 2020 and currently stands at 32.9%. This raises the question of why does 500 million not translate to increase employment. We can devote part of this morning to answering that question, but our preliminary assessment is that the targeted sectors are not labor intensive, but rather capital intensive. But other reason is that there are not enough skills to satisfy the demand. And this is part of the reason we initiated we initiate dialogues like this. We staged the dialogue to initiate a critical conversation on how South Africa can bridge the skills gap and develop a workforce that supports sustainable livelihoods across all sectors of the economy. We also staged these events to plan a seed of information and knowledge sharing so we can address the skills challenge. A key element of this discussion will be the role of CHIETAs and skills programs in addressing critical skills shortage, equipping workers with future-ready competencies and driving sustainable workforce development across multiple economic sectors. Another area of focus is innovation and sustainability, which is why digital transformation, the focus of Operation Vulindlela, is of particular interest. Our aim is to identify future skills gaps and enhance training pathways through TVET colleges, which work closely with the CHIETAs. Lastly, we would like to encourage and strengthen inter-CHIETA partnership and foster collaboration between stakeholders. So we hope you are ready for a morning of fruitful engagement and deliberation, and we will emerge with a roadmap towards addressing South Africa's skills challenge. With that, I would like to welcome all of you and looking forward to this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you once again to Inside Education Executive Chairman, Mr. Matuma Letswalo, setting the ground for our conversation once again this morning. And the next person we're going to hear from is one of the brains behind the idea to convene us as we've done here today, and that is the CEO of CHIETA, that's Mr. Yershin Pillay. Welcome him, please.
Thank you, Program Director. I'm glad that you didn't read out my obituary while I was still alive. I'm glad you went straight to the point in welcoming us. Thank you very much for that warm welcome. Let me greet the Honorable Minister of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Nobuhle Nkabane, the Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi. I always joke, Minister, that I once heard our DG being called Dr. Sushi. So that always sticks with me whenever I have to read his surname. So I'm not going to say Dr. Sushi, it's Dr. Sishi. The CEO of the National Skills Authority, Mr. Kuzwayo, and the Executive Chairman of Inside Chairperson of the CHIETA CEO Forum. We also have other CEOs of CITAs present. Thank you, CEO of MQA, Dr. Tabo, who's also present here. I saw CEO of CHIETA here, Dr. Mapefu as well, part of our cluster that we work with, Minister. Acting CEO of the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, Mr. Wasim Karim, and we're also privileged to have a large number of our industry players here. We saw representation from Air Liquid, the Managing Director of Afrox, one of our largest gas companies in the country, Mr. Sebastian Sakliben, and Mr. Tembile Mbuyisa, GE of Human Capital at Nexa, so one of our largest companies in the nuclear space. Distinguished guests, colleagues and partners, let me greet you this morning on behalf of CHIETA, the Chemical Industries Education and Training Authority. And it's with great honor that I welcome you here to the National Skills Dialogue, presented in partnership with Inside Education after some days of conceptualizing this idea. But I must say we are especially privileged to be joined by the Honorable Minister, Dr. Nobuhle Nkabane. Minister, thank you for being here and for leading with such clarity and purpose. I think I must say from the onset that we stand ready to support your bold vision for the higher education and training sector and to walk this path of transformation with you. And today's dialogue is more than an event. It's a call. It's a call to reimagine the future of skills development and training, a future where skills don't just meet market demand, but where skills are able to answer human need. And it's a call to align the state, industry, and civil society in one shared mission, led by our minister, to build sustainable livelihoods for all and to support the vision that she has articulated. And so the purpose of this dialogue is really to create a shared platform for bold conversations on the future of skills, jobs, and sustainable livelihoods. It's really a safe space, Minister, which we'll have during the panel discussion to reimagine skills development and training towards 2030 and beyond. And so this dialogue aims to create this alignment, but also to answer a question: what is the role of skills development and training? We believe that strategic skills planning should reflect the needs of society and not just the demands of the market. And when we align skills with justice, dignity, and long-term impact, we don't just fill vacancies, but we also expand possibilities. And to achieve this, 3 strategic levers must guide us forward. The first being cross-sector collaboration, hence the purpose of this dialogue. The second being disciplined execution, so that we get things done. And the third being ecosystem alignment, so that there's synergy amongst the skills ecosystem in order for us to deliver on our promises. But I think, let's be honest, the greatest challenge we face isn't just funding or policy, it's coordination. And that's why the CITA CEO Forum had established the Strategic High Impact Programs Committee, or SEIP, which was designed to bring unity, reduce fragmentation, and to drive a clear sense of vision across all 21 CITAs. As chairperson of the SEIP, I can assure you, Minister, that we are prioritizing what you've outlined in terms of knowledge sharing, aligning high-impact projects, and working towards a unified goal of having clean audits, 100% performance, and measurable impact, backed by credible evidence. But we can go further, and we must. And what we've said is that imagine if all 21 CITAs joined forces, Minister. We do not have a single program, DG, where all 21 CITAs are collaborating. Because we cannot continue with business as usual. Youth unemployment sits at 46.1%. And that's not just a statistic, it's a national emergency. And at CHIETA, we are not waiting for change, we are building it. How? Through our smart skills centers in underserved communities, through digital and entrepreneurial training for the future, through partnerships that connect skills to real livelihoods. Last year alone, CHIETA supported over 74,000 people. In the last 5 years, the number has risen to 241,000 lives that have been impacted. According to the AG Minister, 80% of them have been youth. And that's certainly contributing to addressing the scourge of youth unemployment. But impact is not about scale alone, it's about meaning. And we cannot be complacent. We have to work together to collaborate and not just make a scratch on this bleak picture of youth unemployment, but make a dent on it. So a job can change a day, but a livelihood can change a life. And this is our moment to shift. Shifting from short-term outcomes to lasting impact, from job readiness to life readiness, from transactional training to transformational change. Because we believe that when we build people and livelihoods, then we build something greater, a more just, resilient, and humane society. Minister, I must also thank the CHIETA team, whose dedication to delivery, clean governance, and innovation really reflects the very spirit of our mandate. These clean audits and 100% performance come through people who are working tirelessly on a day-to-day basis. And every Smart Skills Center, every initiative, is all driven by those who work behind the scenes. So there are too many to name, Minister, but I'd like to thank them for their hard work and dedication as one team. We hope that you enjoyed the skills dialogue. As I said, the purpose really is a platform for sharpening the skills ecosystem. And with that, Program Director, let me leave you with those few words just to welcome all to this National Skills Dialogue.
Thank you very much, CHIETA CEO, Mr. Yershin Pillay, and we're looking forward to hearing, in fact, later about some of the work that you've been doing, especially in the conversation that the country has been having around green hydrogen, etc. We're not just looking at skills that have remained the same, right, over the decades. The other conversation, when you look at skills, is around the changing world of work, and we are seeing it across industry. So how does then South Africa adapt to that while not leaving any people behind? When you hear people talk about artificial intelligence, for example, they worry about people losing work in a country with quite a high unemployment rate of more than 32%. So we'll unpack all of that and more. I'm going to call up now someone to help me with the next part of the program as the minister is about to speak. We met him earlier, the Director General in the Department of Higher Education and Training, Mr. Nkosinathi Sishi, who can perhaps also just touch a bit, sir, on why this is such an important dialogue for you. If you could join us, please. Let's please welcome the Director General from the department.
I've got a mic on my left, and I'm standing on the podium with 2 mics. And someone has just called me sushi. I'm now in control of the equipment in front of me, so I have a chance to get back to him. This dialogue that we have today, ladies and gentlemen, is very important to us in the sector. It's important to us in the sector because it promotes partnerships. Our partnership with Inside Education, and we've had the chair, the executive speaking to us earlier on, is a lever that has led to us organizing to sit and engage on such important matters as those that are the subject of conversation today. This is a strategic platform that is aimed at addressing South Africa's critical skills gap by fostering workforce development for sustainable livelihoods. And this dialogue brings together a lot of stakeholders from government, and it's good to see some of my colleagues from our other government departments, senior leaders of our sector, captains of our entities that are here, CEOs. It is good to have you spending time with us today on a subject as important as this one. the industries represented, academia and civil society are here today. And it's all about exploring the challenges and opportunities in equipping South Africans with the future-ready skills. Our focus today is innovation, it is education, it is training. This is an event that will spotlight the role of CHIETAs and sector-specific programs in responding to shifting economic and technological demands. Our key themes include identifying future skills needs, leveraging technology and digital transformation, enhancing the role of TVET colleges, and fostering the stronger collaboration between educational institutions and industry. CHIETA Smart Skills Program will be showcased as a model for innovative, industrial-aligned training program. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and privilege for me to stand here before you to share with you very briefly, and I take this very seriously, because when you introduce public representatives, it's also about our responsibility to account to the public about what it is that we are doing. And so it's not just about bragging about what we have achieved, but it is about encouraging the young people in our society to aspire to take over the leadership of our country from those of us sitting in front. And that cannot happen if we don't know how did we get here in the first place. And so it's important that we do so. And if you've been in our meetings and you've heard it before, take it as your opportunity to get to know it even better. Dr. Nkabane is well known as a young person in the country, growing up in the villages and townships of our country, part and parcel of the struggles of our people, and also having worked at all levels. And I like the fact that our minister worked at local government before, which means an understanding of where the tire hit the tire, where the context of implementation of our policies is local government. And the minister is grounded on the work of municipalities. Since 2005 up to 2006 as a youth coordinator in one of the biggest districts in Sisonke district. At that time it was called Sisonke, and I remember that the minister is one of those young people who agitated that this district is renamed to be Herigwala district, which is really very important in terms of the history and evolution of our democracy from the time of colonial era to apartheid to where we are today. And so our minister is grounded in those areas. So on one hand, I will introduce the minister as an activist. I will introduce the minister as a champion for resilient communities, is a champion for community building. She has participated in many programs, for example, in the American, African, European Summer School in Nancy, France, around 2020, where she achieved a postgraduate diploma in labor law from the University of Western Cape. Our minister is a scholar, and as an academic, she has earned a Bachelor of Administration's honors degree in public administration. Not only that, she also acquired a Master of Administration in public administration and a Doctor of Administration from University of KwaZulu-Natal in 2019. And it's also interesting that whilst doing all of this work, she has also managed to complete a compliance management program at the University of Cape Town, and also obtained a Level 7 National Qualifications Framework qualification in Executive Development from the University of Stellenbosch business school. Our minister has earned the National Diploma in Business Administration from the Durban University of Technology and obtained a diploma in Youth Development and Youth Service Administration from the University of South Africa in 2009. And in 2011, graduated from the University of South Africa with a Bachelor of Arts degree. As a PhD in administration, the minister is an authority in the areas of administration. Dr. Nobuhle Pamela Nkabane was appointed as the Minister of Higher Education on the 3rd of July 2024, and she at that time had been the Deputy Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy. And I think when she speaks about critical minerals and the role of critical minerals in the system, you can tell that she speaks with authority and experience gained through the work that we have done. I spent some time yesterday at the University of, where was I? Northwest University. I spent time at Northwest University yesterday. One of the reasons, besides preparing for the G20 conversation, was the fact that the minister has initiated that we expand the capacity of a number of our universities, including the Northwest University, on critical minerals. So you are now going to see us building another university campus for this Northwest University, besides what we've already done, building the University of Mpumalanga, building the university, a number of universities and planned number of institutions, including colleges in the system. Ladies and gentlemen, I know the minister doesn't like us to over-elaborate on her introduction, but I am going to invite those who are able to do so to just make the minister feel welcome in this house with a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen.
You may be seated. The program director of the session, a good friend. I love your accent. You can see that this is a television what? News presenter, you can see. I am also going to acknowledge young academics because I am very passionate about UCDP programs, in particular the new generation of academics. I see here amongst us Dr. Masuta, as well as Dr. Moyo from the department. Allow me then to acknowledge, I'm not sure whether it's the host or the coordinator or the convener, whichever word that you deem suitable for this, the Executive Chairman of Inside Education Foundation, Mr. Matuma Litsualo. The CEO of CHIETA, Mr. Yeshin Pillay. The Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Nkosinati Sishi. The senior officials of the Department of Higher Education and Training present here today. The CEOs, I've got 3 present here today. NSA CEO, Mr. Kuzwayo. M2A CEO, Dr. Masongwane. NSFAS CEO, Mr. Karim. I know people, they love NSFAS. He's here today. I decided to bring him. UNISA Business School Acting Dean, Professor Mlitwa, thank you so much for joining us today. The principals of our post-school entities and institutions present here today, industry partners and academia, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with immense honor to be joining you on this occasion of the CHIETA National Skills Dialogue in partnership with the Inside Education under the theme, Bridging the Skills Gap, Advancing Workforce Development for a Sustainable Future. I was thinking about this theme, CEO, before I came here, to say there is an outcry outside to say, in terms of our skills development initiatives and interventions, we are not responding to the needs of the economy. However, it is very important for me to mention that as government in South Africa, chaired by the Deputy President, we have Human Resource Development Council that is actually responding to this gap that we have identified. It's worth important also for me to mention that we have developed a reconceptualized human resource development strategy for the country and the master skills plan. In doing that, we did not do it alone. We did that in collaboration with the industry because we understand that they know better than us. They know which skills that they need. They know which skills that are in demand in our economy. Hence, we have to work with them, integrate with them, and ensure that we expose our graduates to work integrated learning programs so that they are ready when time comes for them to be absorbed in the labor market. It also reminded me as CEO and Inside Education of the conference that one attended in China, I think last year, towards the end of the year, on TVETs, because we had to reimagine how then our TVETs can respond to the needs of economy and also address the skills mismatch that we are facing as the country. I don't know, this theme of that conference, I don't even forget it, even today. Because I could see that if we can come up with interventions that are responding or addressing that theme, we are going to get it right. The theme was saying, innovation empowers the future, and skills enlightens new lives. It means in our interventions that we are going to come up with, we must take that theme into consideration so that indeed we respond to the needs of our economy, and also we position both our CHIETAs as well as our TVETs as enablers and drivers of inclusive economic growth. The theme of today, Program Director, could not be more relevant at a time when our country is reimagining itself within the context of our MTDP, 2024 to 2029. The MTDP 2024-2029 identifies skills development as a critical enabler to drive the implementation of the MTDP. So it says to me, we must not train for the sake of training. We must be deliberate in our interventions. We must not say we want to meet our targets. If we set our key priorities to say we want to train 90,000 young people this year, but those trainings must make impact, CEO. There must be a clear exit strategy for those young people. There should be a correlation between access and success. within the framework of the 3 strategic priorities, which include inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living, and building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, skill development cuts across all pillars. The MTDP makes a call for targeted skills interventions to support high growth, labor-intensive sectors, which includes, amongst others, manufacturing, energy, green technologies, and digital innovation. The President has mandated us to look at various sectors that he believes if we can focus in terms of our skills portfolio, we can as well address the skills mismatch that we are facing as the country. He said amongst the trainings or skills that we need to focus on should be around the just energy transition, should be around hydrogen economy, should be around electricity and EVCs. EVCs is electronic vehicles or automotive industry. So when we think or rethink our curriculum development or transformation in the sector, we must think along those lines. However, he said we need to also expand to look at issues of oceans economy and digital innovation or digital education. I believe with the sector, if we can come up in terms of our re-engineering our education system, hence we understand that currently we don't have capacity in the industry or as the industry or in the country to absorb all those that have actually completed basic education. We have to, as this diverse portfolio gathered here today, because I understand you are innovative, you are creative, you have bright minds, you have solutions to the problems that you are facing as the country. You can come up with homegrown technological innovations to address the challenge that you are facing. It means we need to rethink and see how best can we consider incorporating digital education in our education system as the country. In your discussions, I hope you are also going to look at this matter, because really, at this point in time, we are found wanting. Consistent with the MTDP, the department will continue to support an inclusive growth path by developing a skilled and capable workforce whilst broadening the skills base of the country. The civil administration provides an opportunity for the department to position the post-school education and training sector to provide opportunities for our citizens, especially the young people of the country. Our resolve is to achieve far-reaching outcomes, bringing about changes to improve the provision of post-school opportunities whilst exerting meaningful impact on the lives of individuals, the economy, as well as the society. I am glad that as a sector, we have a clear vision that is espoused by the white paper for post-school education and training. I'm sure that DG is very happy that I'm mentioning this. You know, others, when they speak about post-school education and training, we frame it in different ways. I believe it's the same thing as re-engineering our post-school education and training or education system. It is the same concept as decolonization of our education system as the country. You know why? Listen to what it seeks to do. It says we will continue to aspire for a post-school system that can assist in building a fair, equitable, non-racial, non-sexist, and democratic South Africa. A single coordinated PSET system and expanded access, improved quality, and increased diversity of provision. A stronger and more cooperative relationship between education and training institution and the workplace, which then addresses the issue of integration with the industry that we are speaking about, to say, if we are training, if we are producing, those graduates must be in a position to be absorbed by the industry. A PSET system that is responsive to the needs of individual citizens and of employers in the public as well as the private sectors. This dialogue takes place at a critical time following the recent release of the quarterly labor force survey by the Statistician General, which highlights that over 62% of our young people aged between 15 to 24 are unemployed. Within the same age cohort, approximately 3.8 million young people are not in employment, education, and training. As we convene under the theme Bridging the Skills Gap, Advancing Workforce Development for a Sustainable Future, this dialogue must critically reflect on the role of the skills development system in addressing the pressing challenges of unemployment, inequality, as well as poverty in the country. South Africa's economy, like many other globe, is being reshaped by profound drivers such as technological innovation, climate change, and shifting labor market dynamics. The fourth industrial revolution and the transition to a green economy demand that we act with agency to equip our workforce with future-facing skills. Today's National Skills Dialogue represents the multi-stakeholder collaboration that the MTDP strongly envisions. As outlined in the MTDP, inclusive growth and job creation are not merely policy goals, but they are moral and developmental imperatives. The MTDP identifies skills for the economy and decent work as critical levers for reducing poverty and building a capable, ethical, as well as a developmental state. The future will not wait for us. President Mandela once said, I quote, there is no passion to be found playing small. And settling for a life that is less than the one you are capable of living, close quote. It says this requires new ways of thinking, bold investments, as well as robust policy alignment. That is why today's skills dialogue, especially the focus on innovation, digital transformation, and education industry partnership is so critical if we are to successfully implement our MTDP and the National Plan for Post-School Education and Training. Our response must be guided by foresight and grounded in the realities of South Africa's youth and workforce. The skills dialogue must also seek to support our continental and global commitments, the Agenda 2063 of the African Union, the Sustainable Development Goals, the G20 presidency that we are hosting this year under the theme Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability. And of course, our own National Development Vision 2030. Let us ensure that we translate dialogue into actions and insights into impact so that every South African, especially young people, can access opportunities for productive and meaningful work. This must not be the dialogue that is going to be shelved. We want to see the resolutions of this dialogue so that we can take a stock in our next dialogue to see how far have we gone and see where are the gaps so that in future we can as well improve. Program Director, I must commend our hosting CHIETA today, CHIETA, under the leadership of our CEO, Yeshen Pillay. CHIETA has maintained its clean audit and achieved 100% of its targets for 2 consecutive years running. As the department and the sector, we are confident of a third consecutive year of clean audit and 100% performance by the CHIETA. We have no doubt, CEO, we believe in you. We trust your capabilities with your team. CHIETA reaches about 70,000 beneficiaries in a financial year, a commendable number of a CHIETA of its size. Their Smart Skills Center have disrupted the very idea of a skills center by introducing new technologies to train artisans, of which there are currently 6 centers reaching more than 30,000 people in rural areas. Soon they will be in all provinces after opening in the Northern Cape, the Free State, as well as Gauteng in July of this year. CHIETA Smart Skills Center is a good example of a public-private partnership in action, because we want to see implementation in action. We must not be theoretical in our approach. We want to see results and tangible results that we can touch, feel, and see. The Gauteng Smart Skills Center will be in partnership with PG Glass, one of the largest glass manufacturing companies in South Africa. This shows how CHIETAs can work more closely with industry to drive skills development and training in the country. I would like to highlight the collaboration between CHIETAs, and I am proud to provide a stellar example. If we are to address the skills challenge, CHIETAs cannot function in silos. At the end of September last year, 3 CHIETAs, which is CHIETA, M2A, and CHIETA, came together to launch the Green Hydrogen Center of Specialization, housed at the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in Pretoria. The center will offer hybrid training and skills required for adaptation for green hydrogen across various sectors. As CHIETAs start their new cycle from 2025 to 2030, bridging the skills gap and advancing workforce development for sustainable livelihoods will become crucial. I would like to see all CHIETAs embrace digitization and technology to better prepare workers for the future. There is, however, an emerging consensus that CHIETAs are not adequately addressing our national skills deficit to meet the needs of the economy, and that is a challenge. Today's skill dialogue must also respond to that concern that our people are complaining about. Acquiring skills remains a top priority in personal and professional growth. Overall, improving skills development is critical for maintaining our national competitiveness. I repeat my call to urge all CHIETAs to focus on the 3.8 million young people in the 15 to 24 year age bracket who are not in any employment, education, or training. This morning, we had a productive bilateral with our counterparts from China, where we agreed that we need to send our people, young people, to China to be trained on those critical skills. We want collaboration from the industry as well as from our post-school education and training entities. Given the pace and changes in the industry innovation, our youth are best placed to benefit from continuous development and refinement of skills necessary to effectively navigate the utilization and digital technologies. Skills such as digital marketing, e-commerce, the Internet of Things, cloud computing, and cybersecurity present opportunities for job creation for our young people. I am encouraged to learn that CHIETA is incorporating some of these learnings into its programs, developing artisans in the chemical sector who have an appreciation for skills such as coding, as well as artificial intelligence in their traditional skill set. I would also like to all CHIETAs to use the next 5 years to send a message to our youth and skills that skills are the ultimate liberation tool of the 21st century. You know, I came across Alvin Toffler. He says, the illiterate of the 21st century will be us here, gathered here. Because it is those who cannot learn, unlearn, or relearn. It means we need to move with times. Malcolm X once said, education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today, close quote. Program director of the session, dignitaries, participants, and everyone, I wish you all the best, and I must express my appreciation to the CEO of CHIETA. I look forward to receiving the report from the Skills Dialogue, particular on how its resolutions will be implemented. I'm looking forward to your debates, engagement, panel discussions, because I want to spend the rest of the day with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister. So to sum up then, Minister, before we get into the panel, am I right? Your, shall we say, marching orders for ahead of the discussion, innovation, collaboration, consistency are just three of the things that you're hoping will emerge out of the resolutions, shall we say, that will be taken here. I suddenly feel very important sharing something where there will be resolutions. Shall we elect new leadership? I'm here. Right, so we're going to get into our panel, and I was saying earlier, just before we started, because there are some people who have joined us in the last few minutes, we're going to be joined by 5 panelists, leaders in their various roles, and we're going to have a conversation that is going to be looking at the future workforce development matter, addressing the skills gap and creating sustainable opportunities. That conversation will also be open to the rest of the room. So as we do that, please feel free to interact. I will then take questions, and we'll have 1 or 2 roving microphones so that we can get your inputs as well. And before we get into the panel, I would like to release this esteemed set of people so the others can come in. Thank you very much, Minister, DG, DDG, CEO, and the Executive Chairman. DG, you are remaining behind. So then, if I can ask all our panelists to please take their positions, and then I will introduce them to you. One more. And some brief introductions, excuse me, just to let you know who is on the panel. We've met him already, Mr. Sishi, Dr. Sishi, in fact, otherwise known as Dr. Sushi. You know, DG, for those of us who came to Johannesburg to study in the 2010s, we knew one Mr. Sushi. We almost didn't survive that time. But we're here. Our parents are grateful. So we're joined on the panel by the Director General in the Department of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi, the Director, as I was saying, in the department. He's also the accounting authority for the National Skills Fund. He's got 38 years in the public service. That's all his experience, and has held senior roles in government and at state-owned entities. So he's been in the public service longer than I have been alive. We also are fortunate enough to have, right at the end of the role, the CEO of the National Skills Authority, Mr. Zamogwakhe Kuzwayo. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Mr. Kuzwayo is the Executive Officer of the National Skills Authority Secretariat and serves as ex officio member of its board, holds a master's degree in Public Development and Management from the University of Witwatersrand, Wits. I did see some from the Fees Must Fall era in the room. And then a man who got a special mention earlier, the acting CEO of the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, Mr. Wasim Karim. The minister says you are loved by all. So we're grateful that you could be with us, the acting chief executive officer of the National Student Financial Aid Scheme as of March this year. Holds over a decade of experience in public finance and youth development. We are also grateful that we could be joined by the Group Executive for Human Capital at the South African Nuclear Energy Corporation, Ms. Sithembile Mbuyisa. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. She serves as the Group Executive, as I was saying, at the South African Nuclear Energy Corporation, overseeing strategic human resources functions, including talent management, organizational development, as well as workforce planning, contributing to Nexa's mission in nuclear research and technology. So someone who can speak to us more broadly about the need for innovation as well. And then lastly, I've spent hours trying to get this next name, the pronunciation right. The managing director at Afrox Africa, Mr. Sebastian Sachleben. Did I get that right? At this rate, I'll move to Germany. There we go. He's described as a dynamic and visionary leader in South Africa's industrial and chemical sectors, known for his innovative approach to sustainable energy as well as workforce development, with a strong commitment to progress, and has been instrumental in the transformation of traditional industrial models by integrating cutting-edge technologies and inclusive strategies. We were also going to be joined, we were supposed to have been joined at least, by the chairperson of the CHIETA CEOs Forum, Dr. Felleng Yende, who unfortunately could not be with us, but nonetheless we would like to acknowledge her and her role to the work that is done by the leadership of the country's CETA. So let's please, a round of applause for this collective of leaders. DG, I think it's only fair that we start with you again. And get an assessment as someone who's been in the public service in particular in multiple roles, and you've been exposed, I suppose, to the level of need, right, across multiple facets. Let's start with your assessment of the current post-schooling education and training landscape. What's working and what's falling short? I don't think that microphone is working, but let me see if I can get this to work.
And it's switched on.
Is the microphone ready? Let's try to sort that out. This feels like a live TV broadcast. Something always goes wrong, don't worry. There you go. I will donate one of mine.
Okay, all right.
And if any of the microphones stop working, can we just then have that one as our one that's floating between the panel? But I was asking you, DG, to just talk to us about your assessment in terms of the current post-school training environment. What is working and what still needs more work?
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think it's fair that I start this way, and congratulate you. This is a young person who works in the public space, and we get to see him every day doing good work for the country. And I think it's fair that we give him a very big round of applause. Thank you. May I also acknowledge the message of our minister, which has provided the context in which our views are expressed. And I think we thank you, Minister. And not only that today you quoted the white paper on post-school education and training, and this is because everyone who's an official in our department, the first thing I say to them when they get to the department is, go and read the white paper before you meet me. Because our vision and our strategy and the direction is located right there. Thank you, Minister, for the leadership. Program Director, Honorable Minister, distinguished guests and colleagues, may I recognize also the panel members here with me. It's an honor just to sit next to them, and I'm looking forward to hear what they have to say in a subject that is closest to my heart in education. We are excited to be party to a great occasion of the CHIETA Skills Dialogue. It's not just another engagement, ladies and gentlemen. To us, this is a strategic intervention in the future of our country. It also comes right at the beginning of the 7th administration, and it's aligned to the recently approved medium-term development plan that seeks to bridge the gap between what we have done in the implementation of the NDP and what we have not succeeded to do. And therefore, this period of the next 5 years is a bridge for us to get to the NDP and to speed up projects that have been slow, to make sure that we work differently in implementing those obstinate objectives that have been hard to implement in the past. The theme for today is bridging the skills gap, advancing workplace development of sustainable livelihood. Could not be urgent and more relevant. Let me be very clear right at the beginning that the workforce development is no longer just a policy ambition. Workforce development to us is now a national survival strategy. And I think if you forget anything that I've said, remember that one, that ours is for developing a national survival strategy. We dare not fail in our effort to ensure that we advance workforce development and sustainable livelihoods. Because if we dare fail our country, God help us. If we are to build a more just, a more inclusive, and globally competitive South Africa, we must shift the way we measure success in our post-school education and training, especially within the medium-term development planning cycle. I think how we measure success needs to change. I think it's also important that as we sit here with the capacity and skills around this table, we realize that it can no longer be about qualifications alone. I've had a very interesting conversation, Program Director, earlier on with some of the CEOs around this table on the subject of micro-credentialization. Others know this as badging. To say how important is badging in the light of the drive for improving national qualifications or the implementation of the NQF in the system. And this is really important if you take into account that amongst the key areas and themes of the G20 hosting by South Africa, the area of mutual recognition of qualifications has been identified as an important area. It's really important for an economy like ours, which is not one of the largest economy, that we work harder than the rest of the world in equipping our people with skills relevant not only in our own context, but in the global context, so that young people exiting our system can also take advantage of opportunities made available by other economies, especially bigger economies in the G7 countries, as we are the only country in the G20 currently from the continent of Africa. It is our duty to advance the strengths of the national qualifications framework and locate it within the priorities of the global economies of the world that are within the G7 countries. And at some point we will speak to this. So today's livelihood discussion take many forms, from formal employment to self-employment, from digital economy participation and cooperative ventures to taking into account that the PSET system must be responsive and adaptable to support all these diverse pathways. This needs agility, and it requires that we take heed to the World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs report that was published early this year, that highlights that over 40% of current workplace skills will become obsolete within the next 5 years. And I think it changes the game if you take into account this report by the World Economic Forum. It says that the work that the department is doing around the HRD strategy, around the master skills plan, needs to be updated at least every 2 years, so that every 2 years we make sure that the skills that are offered by our universities, by our TVET colleges, by our community colleges are aligned to the targets that the World Economic Forum have actually set up for all of us. Chair, may I indicate that the transformative forces of artificial intelligence, the green economy and the digital infrastructure are no longer emerging. They are already redefining the world of work.
And I want to take that point then, DG, we'll come back to it, but I think it's a great opportunity to bring in Mr. Kuzayo from the Skills Authority then, because if these are no longer emerging trends, but they're here and here to stay, what is your assessment of our ability to plan from a skills level to be able to rise to the occasion? I think your microphone should be working.
It should be working.
Yes, there we go.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Minister, Program Director, my fellow panelists. I think for the past 25 years since the existence of the CHIETAs, what we have observed is the consolidation of the system. We cannot neglect the fact that we emerged from a very fragmented approach to skills development given our history. But what has over the years occurred is that we've been able to identify and put forward such programs as the Labor Market Intelligence Project, which was able to assist us in identifying what are the needs on the ground in terms of the economic demands, and bringing in role players that assisted us to identifying exactly what are the occupations, what are the skills by the employers. And in that way, we are able to all talk to one methodology, that we are able to interpret the occupation the same way. I mean, we had previously we had a time when we were referring to designated trades that you could only use it within a specific industry. And I remember back when I was still in the CHIETA system myself, we used to have what we called 48 designated trades that could only be utilized in the public service. And if you are an electrician in the public sector, or you could only use it in a government garage. And if you get retrenched, you can't use that in a mining or in any other sector. So as we adopted the occupational system, and we have evolved it now towards the what we call today the occupational sub-framework of occupations, which is within the QCTO. So today we have one framework and we have one methodology, and if I call myself an electrician, everyone understands what an electrician is, and we could, even if I say I am a specialist in the renewables, everybody understands that. So today we follow that similar methodology. Not only have we done that, we've taken it further. We have defined methodology of identifying list of occupations in high demand, even at a local level within the province. And we have got a methodology of identifying scarce and critical skills. And that methodology is spread across the landscape of the skills development. So where are we in terms of continued? And I think I would like to use the word continue with the word reimagining the future. We are no longer going to doubt whether, when we're talking AI capabilities within particular occupations, what will that mean for each of the practices? We are at least assured, because of the base that we have set up, and we've taken time and the resources over the period of time of the existence of the system to solidify this, to anchor this system?
Right.
Yes,
And
thank you.
Stembile, I want to bring you in. You're in human capital, so you've got a clear sense of what's available in terms of skill and what is lacking. And you also are with the Nuclear Energy Corporation. We don't typically talk about that space, but there's a great amount of opportunity. Where's the most vast amount of need at the moment, and what do you have perhaps in good supply at the moment?
Thank you for that question.
I think we
Can
can
you hear
pass
me?
around the mic if we're having an issue. That can just be our emergency microphone.
Good morning, Program Director. Good morning to the colleagues. And thank you for that question. Just with regards to skills availability, what is in supply and where we are lacking, one needs to appreciate where the country is at this stage in terms of the areas that we are foreseeing growth in. There's very strong positions that have been advanced from a government perspective, where we are saying that we need to be aligning our skills development and initiatives with what the need is going to be for those future skills. Just bringing this closer to where I'm currently working, we are one of the service providers in terms of providing your artisan training skills. We work very closely with the various CHIETAs, where we are producing a lot of artisans in the different engineering trades. And to my panelist's point around skills that are relevant in different sectors, we are training for your different industries. You have got your automotive, you've got your FMCG, but we also use those skills in the nuclear space as well. Where we are looking at in terms of skills availability as well as skills gaps right now, we are looking at the future agenda of energy. We are saying that with the SMRs that we are going to be working on, with the multipurpose reactors that we are going to be working on, driving research, looking at energy sustainability, what skills do we have currently? We know that we are confronted with an aging workforce. We have got nuclear skills that are going to be exiting fairly soon. How are we aligning the research agenda at this stage with the universities, also with the different CISAs, in ensuring that we direct the training or the research outputs that are going to be coming to closing those gaps, because that's where you are going to be having the skills gaps, and it's going to result in frustrations with actually transforming your energy space. If you look at your artisan trades that we are developing in as well, we are saying, are those programs complete in their current format? You are looking at unemployed youth. So whilst we are contributing to employability of youth, how are we reimagining those youth programs that we are that we are training in to ensure that our youth is better positioned to for employability? How are we positioning our youth also for contributing in terms of entrepreneurship? And when you look at the skills availability, you find that there's a lot of interest in what one would call very generic skills in the various industries. And we are trying to, at this stage, look at igniting the interest, even at a young person's level, on saying, how do we start to direct the interest into those skills that are going to be meaningful for manufacturing in our country? How are we going to be directing the interest into those engineering skills that are going to be meaningful for our country? Scientific skills as well as your various technical skills. But we realize that doing that means having interventions starting at a very early level in terms of your schooling system, and ensuring that you start to drive interest at that level so that you can push people towards your STEM skills, and you can then have the supply of students going into those fields so that you can train for the wider industries, as you can see where the needs are from a government position perspective.
And Wasim, that's where you come in, right? Higher education, funding higher education, TVETs, universities. It's a difficult task for NSFAS because demand outstrips supply. How then do you walk that tightrope as a funding entity?
Yeah, I think it's also important to take a step back, right? Because I think we sometimes have this idea that skills are formed post-education. The development of skills starts when you are born, right? Majority of cognitive function is formed before the age of 5, and we shouldn't lose sight, as we train for future skills, the important things like early childhood development, continuous improvement to the basic education sector. You know, one of the things I look at NSFAS with all of its challenges, and I see a reason for a lot of hope in the country, is that 70% of NSFAS beneficiaries come from households which are reliant on social grants. Yeah? Now that tells you there's a clear correlation of policy between social policy and education policy in the country, because social grant households are the most impoverished in the country, and that if students coming from those households can make it through the basic education system, achieve a bachelor's pass, and the state can support them with a higher education certificate, that's what social mobility and breaking intergenerational poverty, that's what it looks like, right? So I think there's a fundamental case for continued investment in the higher education sector. Where I sometimes become concerned is that if you take the pathway of that same young person and they make it to second year university and they don't make it beyond that, then what is the loss of investment in that person right from the time they were born to when they fell out? And then when we report the quarterly labor force survey, we say that person just has a matric certificate, you know. So this continuous development of pathways through the economy and continued support is really what's important. And even when students are exiting the higher education system, be it from TVET or be it from university, we really need that continuous pathway in collaborations with the CHIETAs, in collaborations with business. Because I also think this idea of skills is evolutionary in nature here, right? So what I studied for, accounting, is not what I'm doing at NSFAS here, you know? Because somebody somewhere gave me an opportunity to get my foot in the door, understand what my passions might be, and once you have income, once you have support, once you have mentorship, it gives you, the individual, the opportunity to grow and enhance your skills and find your place in the workforce or find your place in entrepreneurship. So I think sometimes we look at skills from a very singular perspective, right? You need to be trained for something and work. I don't think it works that way here, right? I really think it's an evolutionary perspective. And the way we look at young people has to be about how do we continuously associate their pathways right from the schooling system to their participation in the workforce.
Let's bring in the private sector, the Managing Director of Afrox Africa, Sebastian. So what Wasim was referring to also speaks to, I suppose, the need for agility in the system, firstly, in order to meet the skills and the gifts of the individual, but also for those who may be following even the more traditional routes, catching them at every point. What is your assessment as someone who's sitting from the business end of the desk of how well South Africa is doing in managing the skills process, both from the level of need and working with what we have?
First of all, thanks for the invitation, and I'm very honored to be here and speak together with you about this very important topic. And before I start, maybe also let me tell you from an outside view, right, coming from Europe, I must say I feel in South Africa you have good programs on the way, and you shouldn't stop there. I think that definitely helps companies, the private sector, to definitely utilize what we have and to collaborate. And this is also what we as Afrox do. We collaborate with CHIETA. So how I see it, and a lot was already mentioned, and also the Honorable Minister, you said it yourself, we shouldn't train for the sake of training, right? And this is also what we are doing if we look at skills, and it was just mentioned. I think there is a way to go in terms of how do we then later apply the knowledge, because we train a lot. You have theoretical knowledge, but then how we make sure that we can apply it in business, allowing also to do mistakes, to learn from your lessons, but then progress. Yeah, and I see that we have still too much of a dependent learning culture. The learner is dependent on the supervisor, but we need to go to an independent, and in some instance we actually go to interdependent. I mean, for example, if we look at AI, I mean, a lot of young people that come to us, they know more about technology than we. So they learn from us about traditional business, and we learn from them. And that's actually how we really progress. We talk about new technologies, And it's changing, right? I mean, classically, we have a lot of welders in our business. You had to learn how to weld.
Right.
Nowadays, there's new technology coming into the equation as well. So how do you train someone about artificial intelligence, right? What is artificial intelligence? I mean, there's a code in between, there's an algorithm, but you can't see it. Yeah, you can see a welding torch, but and this is where we are actually also looking for support from outside. How do we adapt our training programs? And let me share you one of the things that we started to do now almost for a year. We call it a digital creator journey. We allow people to really come up with small solution, low code or no code, how we call it. So they don't need to program stuff, but we give them simple problems in our business, and they start to resolve it themselves, and we help them. We give them the opportunities, and there I see a big need in the future, because we talk a lot about giving job opportunities. We can only have jobs eventually if we grow our business. And how do we grow our business, especially in a world of very much competitive products coming also for Africa from Asia, is if we are better than they. So I think what we have to do is that we have to work on our competitiveness, and the best way to do it is with good and trained and skilled people.
And on that point then, how important is the role of an entity such as CHIETA in being able to do exactly what you need?
Exactly. And this is where we're also working with CHIETA. We have also a training center where we bring young people to our training center. We give them the theoretical background, but we also give them practical skills. So that's actually where we have a very, very good collaboration with academic, with the institution, and then we can bring our experience from that side as well.
DG, let me bring you back in. Is output in terms of what comes out of higher learning typically moving fast enough to meet what is needed at work of place level? Because that's where there seems to be this disconnect, right? So you've got young people who may take on any degree first year. By the time you finish in your third, fourth year, things have somewhat moved along in some industries.
Oh yeah, that's crucial. Yeah. First, let me start by indicating what we're doing to plug the gap. You will see the reports such as the project called Labor Market Intelligence Program is a program that we use to look forward into the future and say what are the skills for the future and how do we get to that future, working backwards from the future to where we are. It is the strategy of our department. And in this regard, we publish every 2 years occupations in high demand, a report that begins to say and signal to our institutions, these are the new skills. This is the gap between your curriculum and what is actually needed in the future. Obviously, I think we can do better in that area. We also publish in collaboration with the Department of Home Affairs what we call a critical skills list. This critical skills list helps South Africa to assess the skills we have and the skills that are coming into the country from anyone, including immigrants coming into South Africa, so that those who come into our economy are the ones that are complementing the existing skill set within our country. That's the work that we are doing. Is it enough? I am going to argue that the potential that we have as a country is huge. Of the 26 public universities in our country, 51% of our universities feature in the list of top 500 universities in the world. What this means is that we've got a research capacity in our country that can be utilized to actually help us plug these gaps. If you go to the portal of the department, there is a portal called LMIP, Labor Market Intelligence Program. In that program, or in that portal, we have deposited research papers by academics across the world, trying to say and signal to students, to young people of our country, to institutions, to CHIETAs and TVET colleges, to community education and training institutions. This is the future of work, and therefore how you train and equip young people should be in this way. But what is the problem? Why are we moving slowly in that direction? I would say that the greater majority of your lecturers, your teachers, were, and I will be very controversial here, apartheid educated educators. In other words, you are trained in an era 20 years before the young people that are in front of you. And you yourself need to change. Many of us sitting here in front probably graduated from our universities in the last 10, 20 years. Is this still relevant for the current needs of the economy? And as I heard Wasim making the same point, which therefore means what we need to do in career pathing with our young people must also happen with skilling those that are equipping young people in various capacity, including those who are institutional leaders of our institutions. But we cannot underestimate partnerships with like-minded, countries, partnership with industries. What I see around this table, when I see academics that are here, they are lecturers from our universities, researchers and scholars, practitioners from the industries. Is it just about the 2 hours we are here together, or we've got a plan outside of this to continue working together seamlessly so that this work that we are doing makes a bigger impact? That is what is challenging us. Our big challenge, as I conclude, is that we've got 2.7 million young people in the education and training system right now, about 1.1 million in universities, the rest in other post-school education and training institutions. But outside of this system, it's about 3.5 million young people that are in the NEET areas that require the same kind of service we are providing to those that are already in the system. The NEET is not a homogeneous group. The NEET would be young people that drop out of basic education. The other category would be those dropping out of post-school education. Others would be those that have graduated, but they cannot be placed in workplaces. So our solutions can't be just one size fit all. They've got to zoom into their needs. We need to understand them. We need to know them by names. We need to know them by the streets in which they live, and not just keep calling them the need. And it ends there. We need to dig deep and understand that they also have changing needs. When they graduated, they've got certain ambitions. Right now, they've acquired certain experiences that require a different set of interventions. All of this work cannot be done by government alone. It requires a partnership similar to what CHIETA has initiated, including Insight Education.
Right.
We appreciate the initiative and would like to work on it and expand it, increase the pool of water, put a small stone so that we touch the entire pool, so that it impacts on many young people that needs our support elsewhere in the country. Thank you.
I know you'll have to dash at some point, but I want to ask you then about the funding system. Does it also then have to evolve to be able to respond adequately to what the DG was laying out?
Yeah, I think that's an important point, right? So the cost of a university education is prohibitively expensive here, right? I mean, on average, NSFAS spends, all inclusive, about 120,000 per young person per year on a university education, right? So that, of course, we have achieved scale, but it makes even bigger scale difficult because the bachelor passes keep improving from the basic education system, but you're finding this gap in trying to fund everybody. Where I think there's a huge opportunity is in digital education, right? Because digital education helps you to bring down the relative cost of educating a young person and giving them similar or the same type of quality of education, because we know the best graduates come out of university. Graduate unemployment is still the lowest form of unemployment in the country. So how do you give the same quality of education but at a smaller relative cost? In my own view, digital education has a huge role to play. I sometimes think we are not adaptable to change. I posed this question to a set of universities, and they said, that'll never work, Face-to-face is the most important thing. But I don't know if colleagues have seen, but the University of Johannesburg, who is quite innovative and forward-thinking, launched their digital university on Monday here. And I really think that's where the future is, and what we need to think about. When we say digital education, I don't think we say that you will sit in a room in your house and learn like that for 3 years, right? We have so much infrastructure. We have CHIETA smart skill centers, which are in rural areas, where a young person can utilize to go and study for the digital course that they're doing. We have artificial intelligence tools that can support young people on a digital education journey. But if we keep trying to do the same thing, we are not going to get different results. There's a real need for us to be innovative about how we want to train young people.
Will it make education and training cheaper?
I certainly think so. I mean, a big portion of NSFAS's costs is student accommodation and transport and meals, So being able to stay closer to where you live and still be able to receive the same quality of education definitely helps to bring down the relative cost of it.
I suppose it will also need the other parts of the system to come together, because if we're going to encourage people to study from home, they need to be in places where there is access to Wi-Fi wherever you are in South Africa, so you don't have to trek to and from university, so you don't need accommodation to be at Wits and UJ, etc., when you're from another province, right? But the DG said earlier, as I come to the side of the panel, so it's to my left, that we need to start naming the gaps. We talk about how there are gaps in the system in terms of the need for skills. Stemble, I'll let you go first. What are those skills, in fact, that we need?
If I can just look at the current system and what it's producing, we have said that there are gaps at your foundational skills level, where we need to be tapping into closing those gaps. You also look at your cognitive skills that are underdeveloped. If you are looking at what has been happening in terms of what universities are producing, your TVET colleges are producing, and you're saying, how do you start addressing those gaps from a cognitive skills perspective? You can also look at your interpersonal skills, where we are saying that there is a need for more collaboration, more broader participation from different players, but are we inculcating that into our curriculum as we are developing the skills for the different sectors? So what you are looking at this stage is that when you have got traditional programs that are running in different areas, how do we collaborate between industry and your academic institutions and start to identify where those skills gaps are and how we can start reimagining those programs so that we start to close those gaps as we are developing the talent. Because we are saying that if we are going to have people that are fully fleshed and fully developed, we must also be identifying where those gaps are and how we are going to be re-engineering those programs. One other thing that we need to take into account is the period that it would take to develop those skills. We are talking about developing unemployed youth at this stage. That is going to be the key players in our industry going forward. What investment do we make now in putting those programs together and giving them access to those skills programs that are going to then make them employable in the future and make them more economically active in the future economy?
Sebastian, we're talking about green hydrogen. Most of us don't even know what we mean. We're told we need it. What are the skills that we need? If I had a child, a nephew, a niece who was going to varsity next year and they want to tap into this space, what should they be looking to study?
Yeah, I mean, then you first need to see, okay, how do we produce hydrogen, and then you can say, okay, is it green, like because of the power that we use? So therefore, certainly, it starts with renewable energy. So everything where we talk about renewable energy in the space of South Africa, I think you should look for opportunities and jobs, and not only because of the green hydrogen agenda. I think also if you just follow the news, what's going on, there's a lot of countries that are using heavily AI, and they struggle to get electricity and power because AI requires a lot of electricity and power, right? So I think, in my view, South Africa is a perfect space for data center in the future to come. And you see Middle East, they are starting there. So I think this is certainly one thing, going away a little bit from the green hydrogen. But coming back to the green hydrogen agenda, and then it's about what do we want to do with the green hydrogen? Do we want to export green hydrogen? Certainly not. Hydrogen exporting overseas will never be financially viable. So then you need to go downstream and say, what do we actually use with that green hydrogen, which is then, for instance, ammonia for fertilizer. So if we say we look at opportunities for South Africa, then we should look at the longer tail and say, okay, how can we also make sure that these industries are attractive as well? And this is then chemical engineers, but you also need people to maintain the plants, classical millwrights. So it's a variety of jobs and skills.
And Mr. Kuzai, I mean, in terms of the actual skill sets, what should we be incorporating in terms of the emerging trends and building to the future, especially when you want to be able to forecast what the needs will be, even at the most local level?
All right. The interesting thing about being in a panel is that it's almost like writing a closed book exam, because you wait for the question. And all right. For us, from the NSA side of view, because we do governance and performance monitoring, ours is more looking at what are the main economic drivers in that particular region. And the programs that we are currently driving is, as I indicated earlier on, for an example, we've just signed up with the Limpopo to help assist the province in developing a list of occupations in high demand within the province. So ours is to map what are the main economic drivers in the province and try to get as close as possible in mapping what are the occupations that are attached to those, or that will be required to conceptualize, design, build, operate, and maintain any program or a project, be it a social infrastructure that has been identified. And I like the idea that the department is going forward with the Guyana campus of the TUT, because that's going to be one of our targets. Because what we do not want is the province having to import skills for the construction of that campus. And I remember also that the department was looking at the building of Ondini campus of the University of Zululand. Right. And it's the same thing that when we went there to do that, to work with the district on its, as part of the DDM framework, it's part of what we wanted to say. We want to get as close to that so that we can identify what are the occupations and the skills that are attached to it.
And I'm not sure how far ahead you're able to look or forecast, but in your assessment, where we are as a country right now and where the world is shifting to, what sort of skills will we need most in the coming years?
Well, I will be more aligned to the report that was issued by the World Economic Forum, and I'm glad that in the 55 countries that they piloted, South Africa was amongst them. And they identify amongst them the technological skills, innovation. They look at the issues of the green hydrogen. They look at the issues of the artificial intelligence. And I think my colleagues have already articulated some around collaboration, interpersonal skills, as well as a number of facilitation. But I also want to include the emergence of social entrepreneurs, because there are a lot of graduates that are walking around with pieces of paper, but unable to really connect with the opportunities. And so there's a need for facilitation. There's a need to provide a platform and so that the opportunities could be matched to the available skills and for individuals to be assisted. So we do need those beyond just the hard skills.
Right.
Yeah.
Sebastian, I see you nodding, itching to come in. What do you want to add?
Because it's such a perfect point I would like to make there. I mean, if you ask about the skills, I mean, if there's one skill, and I know maybe that sounds a little bit controversial, but what we definitely have to foster more is critical thinking skills, right? Sometimes I see people saying, in a workshop, just to give a practical example, right? They're standing in front of the tool, and the tool is not working. And what they do, waiting for their supervisor, they have their smartphone, and then they check on social media what's going on. And then you ask them and say, what's the problem with the tool? I don't know. And I said, okay, but instead of checking your Facebook, why didn't you just ask ChatGPT what's wrong with the tool? And these simple things to connect data dots and putting loose ends together, I think that's very important, and we should make sure that from the early education, starting in schools, we learn the people to say, okay, critical skills,
Problem
I ask
solving.
questions if I don't know.
Being proactive as well then.
Problem solving.
And then, exactly to your point, and you are not only having people that are highly graduated, they start to say, okay, where do I see the opportunities? How can I connect these dots that are loose?
Okay, I want to open it up now for questions. I want to see, just show of hands if you've got a question or input that you want to make. By the way, this side of the room is beating you, hey? So let's do something. We're going to start with you, ma'am, and then we're going to work our way up, one row at a time, and then we'll circle back down here, sir. I've noted you.
Still in the meeting.
Where is the microphone? Let's use the one over here.
Thanks.
Ma'am, I think we're going to start with you, and then sir, pass the mic to the gentleman behind you, and then sir, in the name jacket, we'll pass it on to you, sir, from this School of Mathematics.
Go easy on my
Good morning to everyone, and thank you, Program Director. And I would like to also just acknowledge all the dignitaries. I am a self-employed individual, graduated, I think, many years ago. I want to pose a question as to, first of all, it's very great that this conversation is happening, because yes, I want to direct my question to DGG. DGG. Apologies. We have this conversation, and I heard the minister says she wants a report, and I would like to ask that in whatever we do, let's include the Department of Small Businesses. Because if you hear the NSFAS CEO, Afrox, they are really alluding to the fact that if we work in silos, we're not gonna progress. And I can attest, because as much as I'm a small business, I'm an employer. And I'm also running a training institution. You take graduates from TVET, whatever, and we are an accounting firm. You put them in front of machine, they know nothing. And also their thinking is more of corporate rather than business orientated. So what I would like to just ask is, from this moment going forward and from this initiative, can we include small business departments and the related parties? Thank you.
Please pass the mic on to the gentleman behind you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Hector Sikiti, Minister, and all protocol observed. Thank you, ma'am. You have touched one of the things that I wanted to add. Dr. Sishi, and I'm giving you this directly, but I'm including all the panels. not excluding the minister. I think there's something that is missing here. We are saying CHIETA should work together. Those are different sectors, different departments. But we don't say departments should work together. That's a missing link. If you include the Department of Small Businesses, you're automatically attending to the SMMEs. The Department of Higher Education should be actually starting with the Department of Basic Education. Now, we all agree that you cannot catch it at the top, but we don't see the linkage between the higher education and the basic education. So that we should start bringing it from the scratch. That means departments are not working together. We have departments like infrastructure. We have departments like health. They all need maintenance of buildings and assets. But we don't work with them. We don't have host employers. I'm also an SMM in the township. I'm helping TVETs to take their graduates to small businesses. I do that. They end up having graduates, but they don't have host employers. They expect us to be host employers. If we have SMMEs in the skills sector, your plumbers, your what, the departments are instructing other departments. Department of Health, for your maintenance, use the SMMEs so that the SMMEs can host your TVET graduates. We need a very strategic ecosystem. There's no big business here. We all agree. Big business is at the top, and therefore there are regulations, and then what? Then we go to big business. How is big business taking enterprise development to the small players? You need to handhold us. Instead, we're competing with you. Now, it's a very difficult situation the way we look at it. The social entrepreneurs, they are there, but we cannot compete with big boys. Even at the education side, the private accredited providers, we are small accredited providers. You cannot even go to them and ask them for help because of you are fishing in the same pool. Now, it's a mess. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. At varsity, I was a SRC member, so I used to attend a lot of these things. And at some point, I stopped because we say the same thing every year and nothing changes. So I don't know what came over me today to actually come to this one. But just a quick one. Just a quick one. The minister spoke about critical skills, the DG spoke about critical skills, but and about research and science and technology, etc., etc. But there is no adequate funding for postgraduate studies. The DG is here. In his department, there is the National Skills Fund. The National Skills Fund underspent by, I think, over 60% last year. I think they almost had to return almost 3 billion to the national government. This is a fund that is supposed to be actually funding skills in the country. The minister actually had to deploy the SIU to investigate matters of corruption in that department. And but yet we are here discussing issues of skill. So I think to the DG, how can we tap into the National Skills Fund to actually fund postgraduate studies in nuclear energy, in hydrogen energy, etc. Number two, I just want to also speak about the relationship that black people have with science. Black people have a very, it's it's the reality. Black people we have to start changing the poor relationship that black people have with science. In my part-time, I go to high schools together with my colleagues and friends from WISTEM. We teach young people maths and physics. We encourage them to pursue science. In majority of the township schools and the rural schools, you'll find that in the whole, out of 300 matric learners, only 30 have pursued a career in maths and science. Most of them are told that maths and science is for smart people. There is actually a Darwinism approach of natural selection towards maths and science. And now you find that black people, and this is happening in predominantly black areas, you find that children don't even have the mere confidence of solving a mere derivative. So how do we then change that relationship that black people must stop just being consumers of knowledge and rather produce proper and clear scientific research that is going to take the country forward. And lastly, I think it's difficult for skills to be developed in the country when there's not a clear direction in which the country is going. So in many other countries, and if you look at other countries have a clear developmental agenda, whether they're industrializing, whether they are focusing on tertiary services in the economy, etc. But in South Africa, I don't know what we're developing skills for. Are we beneficiating? Are we industrializing? If we're industrializing, then CHIETA and mixed CHIETA and all of those CHIETAs, then we focus on that. So it's difficult for us to actually understand which skills we need in this country when we don't know the policy direction of the country it's going. I mean, it's almost 2030 now. I don't think we're even close to actually fulfilling the National Development Plan. So I think before we can actually even speak on skills, we must be able to say, where is the country going, and therefore what tools are required for the country to go forward. Thank you.
Sir, I've noted you. What we're going to do is, actually, we'll take one more hand and then deal with those 4 questions, and then we'll take another 4, just so that we're all able to keep track of where we are. So you're the last one for now, and then we'll take responses.
Good afternoon. You're speaking to Ken Sani. I'm director of POVMEX. I think I will change my question to more like sort of an advisory one, because I feel like we are linked, and I don't want to look like we were caucusing. Yeah, maybe my direction was going to be directed to, can I call you Mr. Sebastian? I don't want to mistaken your surname. You mentioned green energy. The question was asked that it's going to, what kind of skills does one need to can be in that space? And I can tell you, you are looking at a chemical engineer by profession who was retrenched 10 years ago and then ended up being in an SMME world where I ended up opening my own business. That's why I'm here with CHIETA. And thanks to CHIETA, I managed to sustain for 10 years. I can tell you my wife is a chemical engineer as well, sitting at home, helping me as sort of a company administrator who was also retrenched as a chemical engineer. I can give you a list of up to 10 friends that were also entrenched. Some of them ended up in different industries as chemical engineers. So my question is, if green hydrogen energy is going to make an impact, how will you sustain it in all those engineers that are sitting with home with wealth of experience? When I was retrenched, I was a production manager for African Explosives Limited Mining Services. Now, currently, I'm running my own SMMEs in relation to CHIETA. So I think somehow the gap that you need to look and focus on is looking at developing from the basic education people who are going to think like entrepreneurs, not necessarily employees. Because that's where the biggest gap is. That's my take on it. If people are trained from the basic education how to become someone who can make your own money as opposed to how to fill in a CV, I think that will make a greater impact for everyone.
I think I'll borrow. Oh, it's working. I think firstly, let's appreciate the questions that in answering any question, there's a lot behind the question, the understanding and the context and so on. I will never get to that point. But it's very clear that the three questions directed to us, one is how do we collaborate amongst different government departments to make a bigger and better impact. If you ask that question at any day, any official of government will say, oh, we are doing it. We are already, they will give you examples of how that is done. But that's not what I want to say. Because you wouldn't ask that question if we are doing a good job of it. The fact that you are asking a question, it means there is a room for improvement in the manner in which we work together. I can give you an example that with the Department of Small Business, we already have more than R1 billion a project on training entrepreneurs as an example of how we're working with the Department of Small Business. But you are asking a question, why are we not working with small business? Which means we can actually do better in those areas. We can explore areas beyond just entrepreneurship, which is my example. And we take that challenge, and actually the reason why we are here is because we want to see those blind corners and blind spots that as officials, as government, we might not see. But as an employer and an entrepreneur, you can see it from where you are located. The next question is about the direction of the skills ecosystem in our country. Again, if I were writing an exam answering that question, I would say that the architecture of skills development in the country is led right at the top by the president of the country. That is why the chair of the Council for HRD in South Africa is the Deputy President of South Africa. The reason for this is because we want to coordinate the work that's done at national level, that's done in partnership with the private sector, at provincial and at local government, of which one particular department cannot do, because it requires that authority and oversight at the level of the president to be able to say, what are the premiers doing in terms of the HRD strategies for each province? What are local government is doing? That is currently happening, and that's how it works. In the HRD Council, all government departments are there, but also business, NEDLAC, labor is represented. What has gone wrong? Because all of these things are there, but we seem not to be making the kind of progress that we want to do. That's where I feel we need to respect the question in terms of where you come from, because the answer to that question will have to interrogate different areas of weakness in the system and get us to also be ready to change. If it's not working, let's look into other alternatives and other plans. A program like this is not just a talk show. It is because we want to listen. It is because we want to hear, is the direction we are taking correct? A good example is this. We are getting closer to the 2030 report for NDP. But it is also important that we get an assessment not only of how we are implementing the programs for the National Development Plan, but also to see how this is aligned to the Agenda 2063, which is a broader Africa continental plan that seeks to deal with those issues, and zoom into each departmental plan to see how it is speaking to these broader plans. When earlier on I made an example of the master skills plan, I actually intended to suggest to you that we've recognized that the National Skills Development Plan that is driven by one department and another department has another plan has not worked for us. So what we've decided to do is to develop one plan for one country. And the one plan for one country is what we call the Master Skills Plan. And it is going to be launched in the next 2 months or so by the Deputy President of this country. And it is, I think, proper that I invite all the stakeholders that are here to actually pay attention to the Skills Summit that is going to be there. Because in the Skills Summit, we are not going to be discussing what needs to be done. There will be a plan presented for South Africa, which is one plan for one country, but there will also be a revised HRD strategy. Remember that this is the 6th effort since the advent of our democracy. We've done 5 HRD strategies since 1994. This is the 6th. What is different between this one and the ones that we've revised in the past? This one comes with an implementation plan. And at the summit, we will have an opportunity to integrate that that plan. And I think the questions are appreciated, but may I also just add that we have established a desk in the office of the Minister and the DG, which we call the JET Skills Desk, because these are just energy transition skills, and a program for doing so, which we are going to be rolling out. At the occasion of the opening of the skills desk, we'd like to share with you what those programs are, and ensure that the participation in the rollout of those programs reaches those in the margins of our society, whether they are small businesses or whether they are communities in the margins of society. We would like to make sure that we are more inclusive in how this is done, but we need you to help us do so. On our own, we cannot do it. And I trust that the resolution of this meeting must also include how we tighten working together across all sectors.
Osim, you have to go final words? And then
Yeah. So I want to respond to my friend Vuile's question. He's very smart. He's the only SRC president with a master's in mathematics here. So there's 2 points, right? So one is postgraduate funding. Now, with all of the challenges that the state faces, right? Unemployed doctors, cuts to basic education. If DG and I go to the Minister of Finance and the National Treasury and we say we need more funding for postgraduates, that is not a priority, I can tell you, right? And I'm being honest here, because I do think it's something that's important. But I think we need to answer the question about who bears the cost for postgraduate study. So the state has taken a responsibility to educate right up to undergraduate level. There's some funding through NRF, but let's say it's insufficient. And we even fulfill the internship, the apprenticeship portion. So is there a duty on the individual to say, you've got an undergraduate, you need to go and work for a couple of years, build up some savings, do your postgraduate studies? Is there an obligation for the state to introduce income contingent loans to say, if you do postgraduate studies, we'll fund you via a loan, and when you work and you monetize your postgraduate, then you pay us back? Is there an obligation from business to fund it? I'm not saying it's not important. I think right now the state can't bear the responsibility, but there are alternatives which we could explore, which will tell us with your masters in mathematics, and then DG and I will take you to the National Treasury here. 2 is around STEM. So I think we must acknowledge the progress that we've made. We are producing far more young black doctors, engineers, mathematicians, a case being yourself, than we did before, right? The question is, how do we do more? And we know the challenge is not a lack of passion or willingness. Is that, yes, our basic education system does have challenges. We don't necessarily have the quality of teachers in mathematics and science that can enable us to be able to fulfill young people's potential. I think there with AI, there's a real transformative impact, right? Because if you look at the one thing that makes a big difference in students' lives is the ability to have one-on-one tutoring. Now we know that that cost is prohibitive, but with AI, you have this huge opportunity where you can create a level playing field for students in the basic education system. I really, sorry, I have to leave, you know. I have to go to mosques on Friday, and with the amount of problems I have at NASFAS, I can't afford to miss prayers. Thank you very much.
Anyone else need prayer? There were questions that were directed to you as well. I think
Yeah, it was about the job opportunities that the green transition and green hydrogen will bring, especially for chemical engineers. Yes, and I think here the simple answer is that at the moment there is no demand on the market side, so there is no production of such. So therefore, there's also no jobs, right? Because I think we also fully understand the point all here in the room that sometimes we have skills that we build with a lot of effort, but there is unfortunately no demand currently, right? And that's also a key challenge we have. And to that point, yes, I think we all work hard also in the industry because we want to grow our business to grow the business, to create the market, and then we will also have the jobs.
Right, so let's move on. There was a hand over there, so we'll start with you. Yes, we'll start with you first with the black shirt, then Sir with the laptop, and then we'll end with you, ma'am.
Yeah, thanks, Program Director. My name is Aubrey Sebe from Southwest Gauteng TVET College. Mine is not going to be a question, DG, otherwise I'll get the dismissal letter at the gate. It's just to check in terms of the National Skills Authority, the phasing in of the occupational programs that we are currently doing as the department. The capacity from the TVET colleges, is there a sufficient capacity in terms of offering those occupational qualifications? That's number one. Number two, in terms of the funding, the masters in mathematics have alluded that this kind of engagement are taking place time and again. I personally engaged one of the CEO of the CHIETA in terms of the funding capacities that they are doing to the TVET colleges. But I can tell you now that that funding, DG, is not coming to the colleges. I did some investigation in one of the Gauteng TVET colleges in terms of the funding from the CHIETA that is currently hosting us here. And I can tell you that most of the colleges, or one of the highest college in terms of the funding recipient, you find that they funded only 10 learners or 15 learners. And that, looking at the capacity of the need that you, DG, and the minister highlighted, is just a drop in the ocean. At some point, I was asking FPM CHIETA earlier on when I saw them somewhere outside that we applied for 30 learners. They only fund one apprenticeship. How are you going to run one apprenticeship? Really, if that's the pace that we want to change the occupation, I think the CHIETAs must go back and start looking at the reality to DG value, at the manner in which they are funding the TVET colleges. DDG, we are willing, let's the TVET, to go occupational programs, but the funding we are getting or the support is not there. So if we want to close this skills gap, let the CHIETAs go back and plan accordingly. We are meeting them next week or in the coming 2 weeks in Cape Town. We are still going to share the same sentiment that let them close the gaps by really coming on board to assist. You spoke of the innovations in terms of the artificial intelligence. You've been in most of the TVET colleges, DG. 90% of them, you visited them. I remember I engaged you in last year in the National Research Council in Pretoria about the same situation. I'm from Soweto. Almost 18 million of people in Soweto, they visit our colleges almost every day looking for these skills. The college can only, per year, can only absorb 24,000 students because we are also doing the distance learning, which is part of the distance learning. But in a reality that the support that we are getting from the main funders, especially facing these occupational programs, the IT related, the digital skills, is not there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. My name is Philip Mahlangu from CHIETA, Just Chamber. My question is going to be directed to the CEO of NSFAS. Yeah, he's there. Then I'm glad because we have acknowledged that NSFAS has not been efficient and effective organization. So now we have promised to say, maybe let's give the NSFAS maybe 6 to 8 months so that can come to the stabilized organization. So the question that I wanted to ask on that, are all relevant measurement or resources are in place currently or not to fix that challenge that we have specific on the payment? And then we have mentioned the reason for this NSFAS not function effectively. You have mentioned this, it was an issue of sourcing of the accommodation and also the large of the bench of the size. I think are those things 2 years, 3 years ago were still in place. We're still the concerns. So now, do you have any time frame maybe to fix those things so that can NSFAS function effectively? That's my question. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Dineo Bendile. My question is more, I'd say, on the softer side, looking at social framing and social messaging. The DG mentioned something about, we are moving slowly in terms of imparting skills, partly because of maybe the generational gap that exists with lecturers and teachers. I myself was studying towards my master's at one of the universities, and I went to that particular program because it was a program where we were going to be learning digital skills. But to my disappointment, I left there having learned the theory of the digital skill and not the skill itself. So I still had to go and search for alternative pathways to learn the skill. But in reality, it's a university, it's academic-based, it is theory-based, so not every institutional model will work for every career pathway. And I should have known better, but because of the hierarchy that exists in our minds, as well as in terms of economic absorption, there is still that barrier in terms of people being able to understand the post-school education and training system as an ecosystem, where you are able to make your selection of which institutional model will work best for the kinds of skills that you need in the industry that you're going into. So my question is, as we are reframing and reimagining what post-schooling education and training looks like, how do we then ensure that we are taking society with us to be able to dismantle those mental barriers, those class barriers, hierarchies that exist, that make it difficult for people to make informed choices in terms of the institutions and the skills that they end up going to acquire? Because many times people end up going to universities for the sake of going to a university and finding afterwards that whatever they've learned there isn't a future-proof skill that can allow them to have a sustainable livelihood within their industry.
Wow. Let's deal with those questions. TG, once again, and then we'll work our way.
Okay. No, thank you very much. I like the fact that most of the questions also come with proposed solutions in those areas, and I think we welcome this. And as I've indicated earlier, we are an open system, and we try to absorb the matters without trying to defend. Let me, on behalf of my colleagues who's left, also take one question on NSFAS. We've been to Cabinet twice in the last 3 years to present what we call a comprehensive student funding model. So NSFAS is a small part of that, because in our view, student support is not just about funding students, but it is a comprehensive program that includes wellness programs, support, instruments that are broader. And so if you look at the work of NSFAS, you've got to look at it in collaboration with what we are doing at Higher Health. Higher Health has a footprint in almost all institutions, including TVET colleges and community education and training. And this work that we are doing has been noticed by the UNESCO to a point where the CEO of Higher Health is now the chair of the working group that drives the soft skills program for the United Nations. And this is an example that comes from South Africa. And it's important for us not to gain popularity abroad, but in our own country, the intake into these programs is one of the slowest. So I will take responsibility and say, in the area of advocacy for the programs that we are rolling out, I think we still need to do more work. And I think I will admit that up front. And I think this is what my colleague would have said, that the model is there already. We have given ourselves 10 years to build a model that is going to be consulted upon, on the basis of what we have with NSFAS. I think it's also important that when we look at our funding system for postgraduates, you realize that the location of postgraduate support and funding is within the DSI, the Department of Science and Innovation, where the national NRF is located. NSFAS is focused on undergraduates, and the postgraduate funding system is located within the NRF. And I think it's important that we separate that. There are issues with NRF in terms of the numbers that they are funding, but they will tell you that NSFAS and the National Skills Fund are the biggest funders of the NRF. So even though we don't take credit for what the NRF is doing, but 40% of the funding that they are using is from the National Skills Fund. I also need to indicate to you that National Skills Fund never lose money to Treasury. And I think this is very important that it is made clear, because it's not just a system like government where appropriated funds are used within a financial year. At the end of that financial year, if you have not utilized those resources, they go back to Treasury. The National Skills Fund accumulates these resources every year, and they are not lost to the National Skills Fund. Instead, they are invested in different companies. For example, NSF earns a lot of interest from PIC, which is the main body that is the recipient of NSF funding. But because we don't want to enter into a debate about it, we accept criticism. And I can assure you that I've been to Scopa almost 8 times. That is more times than I've ever been to Scopa in my entire life, just on NSF. And I don't go there to speak theory. I go there to make firm commitments, just like I'm here to actually say planning and talking about plans for the future, it doesn't interest me. I'm more interested in what are we going to do this afternoon, tomorrow, to make the lives of those who are still struggling in our society better. That's what interests us. All I've said to Scopa, in all the time I've been there, take them to jail, those who are implicated in this. We initiated the forensic investigation, and people are now going to jail. At some point, we're announcing that this is what we're going to do. Right now, the president has announced. Right now, the president has already announced a proclamation which empowers SIU to not just look into criminal aspects of those that are responsible, but also to look into the civil, related matters. Follow the money where it is going. That's what we are doing here, and the report on this is in public. So we're not going to spend too much time with that. We will spend more time taking people to prison, and that's not the commitment. That's the actual life experience, lived experiences of our system. The last comment that I wish to make is based on an assessment of a colleague who's been to our digital programs, but the way these programs are rolled out, they are too theoretical. They don't cover practical aspects that are useful for the workplace. I will admit that workplace-based learning is the biggest focus for the department going forward. This is what we want to do. This is in our plans. This is in the HRD strategy for the country. I think we will be judged on the basis of how we roll out that program. Obviously, the funding is always going to test us, but the partnerships that we are establishing with the private sector, the work of our sisters is important. There is one person who's not here today, Dr. Yende, who was going to speak on behalf of the sitters to indicate how are the sitters taking the responsibility in this regard. Last year, we launched a program of collaboration. Someone said there's not a single program in which there's collaboration among sitters. Yeah. I don't want to say you are wrong, Honorable Sir. I'm just going to say politely that in our last year's annual report, we've got more than 6 programs that brings together all sitters. And I think not only it's just programmatic, it's also the funding that is mobilized across all the sitters. The new boards that we are appointing going forward will have to take over that responsibility to roll out collaborated efforts amongst all institutions. Are we doing enough? Certainly not. Can we do better? Yes, that's why we are here, to commit to doing better. And how we're going to do it, we believe working with the private sector, working with other government departments. Most of the speakers today are saying, we hear what the education is doing, but you're not working collaborate with the rest of other departments. Let's accept that the cluster system of government that brings economic cluster together, the social cluster together, the governance cluster together, has worked in the past, but it seems like it's necessary that across clusters themselves there is a synergy, because I think still with the clusters in place, we have not killed the silos that we are complaining about. So let's accept that and then test our commitment by coming out with solutions to deal with those areas that are still obstinate in our effort to try and drive change for the better.
And I think on collaboration, I've actually spotted someone who talked about the CHIETA forum. I see we're joined by the Mining Qualifications Authority CEO, who's also here today, sir. And perhaps we can speak about the way in which you're working with the other entities. For example, CHIETA is working on the green hydrogen center as well. How do you
Okay, thanks Program Director, and thanks to DG and to Minister in absentia and to the rest of the panel members. I must actually appreciate my colleague, Mr. Pillay, together with Insight Education for this opportunity. You are quite spot on. The CHIETA, the project that the DG spoke about, it's CHIETA in short, and we have already advanced on a number of projects. In particular, ourselves, chemical CHIETA, transport CHIETA. Last year, as the Minister said, we have launched the green hydrogen projects. Now that particular collaboration aims to reskill, upskill the workforce, as well as say to ourselves, what is it that we can, in preparation for this new economy, the green hydrogen economy, what is it, the kind of skills that are required? So that's what we are working on. And we have divided work amongst ourselves as CHIETAs to say, MQA, you'll then focus on, say, for an example, University of Technology, partner with University of Technology, and chemical CHIETA, transport CHIETA, partner with TVETs. So as we are able then to not leave any kind of level, skills level behind. We want to take everybody along, and up to the lowest skills that may be required to ensure that the economy thrives. So all of this we are doing under the banner collaboration. And this is just but one example. DG was at MQA almost 3 weeks ago, where we are collaborating with Minerals Council, with TVETs, colleges, and with other CHIETAs. The MERCITA were there. There are a number of projects that are starting to come up as a way of demonstrating collaboration. We are aware of the ecosystem and the value chain that exists. If I were to make an example of my sector, that is mining, we all know that mining has been the bedrock of South Africa, and it still continues to play a critical role because it is a catalytic industry. Once there is mining, all other kinds of industries will begin to spring up, and then life begins. So we are aware of that, and that's why we see the need of then collaborating. You know, in one of the meetings, one person said to ourselves, why are you saying you are not going to collaborate with Foodbev CHIETA? Do you think that people in the mines and around the mines do not eat? Now, he sort of opened our eyes in a very simple way to say there is a value chain and you then need to, partner within that. Now, I've had a number of colleagues here asking a number of questions. Maybe because of my long history of being in the sector, right from TVETs as an apprentice and up to when the very skills development, the CHIETA system was introduced. Some of us may not even know that kind of background. To say, NSF, initially, even in terms of the act, was meant for the informal sector because the 21 CHIETAs are already taking care of various sectors. But however, DG, Minister, they even went further to say, as much as we are aware that the NSF is meant for the informal sector, let us also tap into it, to assist and complement the resources that are required at university, at TVETs. So you can then see that already TVETs and university are getting more than double. The CHIETA system in itself, or rather the levy system in itself, you can only annually get so much. So in the CHIETA system, you're talking all CHIETAs combined, it could be around 16 billion or 8 to 18. And then just NSF is about 3 to 4 billion. Now already what government is investing in TVET space and CT, it's more than 70 billion. And at university, it's even much higher. So when you are now saying, over and above the little that is there, that was meant to create employability into industry, but then go back again to fundamental or elementary supply, or rather, yeah, for the supply side, we will have nothing left to really say, how then do we assist the graduates coming from the institute to migrate and get into industry? I mean, I must really applaud CHIETA here. Their levy income, I don't think it's more than 800 million per annum, but out of it, they are able then to, support the smart skill centers. They are able to support the artisans and many other, just from ourselves as MQA. And normally, DG, this thing is not being mentioned. Universities and TVETs, they are getting much more. I've been in a drive for the last last 1.5 years. I've met so far more than 19 university vice chancellors, as well as about 5 TVETs and 2 CTs. The intention is to make them aware of what we do and what's in our kitty. We are also funding EdGap, people who want to go into for lecturer development for TVETs as well as that universities. We are funding bursaries. Just for my CHIETA, we're funding more than 1,000. All other CHIETAs are also funding bursaries for TVETs and for universities. So you'll see that the cake in the CHIETA space is getting smaller and smaller. So I simply sympathize that the challenge of this country are so huge. But as we contribute, let us remember that we are tapping into these resources, but there are great achievements and strides that we have made already, and we must begin to celebrate those. Thanks.
And then we'll take 1, 2, and we'll end with you, sir. And then panel, you will then get to respond to everything as you conclude.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You've got a mic.
Thank you, Program Director. I'm going to be making a mixture really of mostly comments though. And the first comment that I'll make is that I'm just making this comment in a warm spirit as a citizen of this institution, this college. It's kind of to celebrate the presence of everyone in my own college. So I feel that if I speak, it's just a question of also just expressing the welcome. But here is the points that I've noticed. The points that I've noticed in the opening remarks centered around certain concepts of collaboration. That is quite significant and fundamental in terms of why we are here, because it looks as though, if we look at the word collaboration, it looks like the DHET to which the minister and the DG are officials cannot do it, cannot do any of it alone. I think I want to emphasize that concept of collaboration because even the university environment has realized the essence of collaboration. They speak about teaching, they speak about research, they speak about community engagement, which has now been called engaged scholarship, which means you can no longer teach people theory or practice and forget about the real problems of the neighborhoods, the real problems of the industry. Now, I want to take you back to what emerged in the discussions. What emerged when the minister was speaking earlier, the minister spoke about what we all know, which means that now this planning workshop has got the government, has got academics, universities, and there was an insinuation that there is also industry. So that kind of combination feeds into the concept again of collaboration. Now, let me just make a comment. A comment is being, there is a phrase mentioned about the National Skills Fund. Then the question is what skills? So a person from VETS who says they were an SRC person have indicated that there is a gap in terms of the articulation. I'm just making this realization to DG without making it a question to say that National Skills Fund, what skills? Now, DG, you spoke about the master skills plan that we are anticipating, and I am hopeful that it is not complete, which means that the question, what skills, can still emerge in that national skills master plan. So it can help us, because according to a comment from the ex-SRC person, we need clarity on that one so that we can channel our efforts. I just want to highlight one small thing. 48 years ago, Dubai was not the Dubai that we know today. They said and they decided what kind of a Dubai do they want to develop, taking into account what they were strong in. And they are very strong, United Arab Emirates, on oil. They then devised a plan. They implemented a plan. They knew they didn't have some of the skills. They went all over the world to look for those skills, to India, everywhere, to go and look for those skills. Which means that clarity of saying National Skills Fund or National Skills Plan needs to articulate onward skills, but you can't just say onward skills if you are not also going to be conscious about where you are going. I'm saying this, it's beyond the DHET mandate to say where is the country going, but DG, you did mention that another answer would say, yeah, but governments are speaking to each other. So on that comment, I would assume that if we raise these types of things, then the DG might just take it up to say, let there be some talking in terms of where are we going? Sure. So that we can start to strategically speak to what skills that will take us there. I can explain a few things that were mentioned about the UN SDGs, the Africa AU 2063. In there is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which I'm the chair of its conferences that happen every year. And the whole idea is that it's not just about South Africa, it's about us as South Africa being part of the continent. What are we being part of the continent in? To decentralize economic participation. How are we going to decentralize economic participation if we cannot explain and describe the trajectory that we want to take? So I would just be able to say I've read also these documents that have been that are sitting in your desks, and I've seen a few interesting things, including the hydrogen project by Japan. I'm also appreciating that there is a collaboration proposed where we're going to take students to China. But I've also noticed what Minister Patricia de Lille is saying. She wants to support tourism to South Africa. The question, therefore, is Patricia de Lille not supposed to have spoken to the Minister or the Department of Transport? Because how are you going to increase tourism if you don't fix all these potholes we have where we can no longer drive? So indeed, partnerships and collaborations. Let me stop. That was just a comment. Thanks for your patience, Chairperson.
I'm sure we can take it all further during lunch, right? I feel like we've got enough content for a podcast. There was another hand. Ma'am, your hand is up.
Good afternoon, everybody. Special greetings to the Minister. I'm not sure if she is still here. My name is... Oh, okay. My name is Refilwe Linyai. I am a former CHIETA employee, and I always get excited when I have to attend these gatherings. But at this point, I am representing Agatalonia, which is commonly known as the Yakona brand. There is an employer that is based in the East Rand, Boksburg to be precise. And the question that I have is around the hosting of interns or implementing work integrated learning programs, especially around the funding that was granted to higher education institutions. So that would then be your TVETs, your universities and colleges. In all honesty, employers are willing to host learners. However, they are being failed by the TVETs. You would have a meeting with a TVET that we would like to host some of your learners, especially those that are studying towards this particular stream. But at the end of that, you'd find yourself having to chase after the coordinator that you were actually having a meeting with just for them to allocate learners with. And I'm not sure who's then going to respond to this, but is it something that we are doing wrong? Are we talking to the wrong people? Because a recent incident that we had was with one of the universities. And we set up a meeting with one of the farms in Pretoria, with one of the farms in the Val. And upon me confirming that meeting, he just said to me, "Oh, I'm tired. I went for a site visit yesterday." How can you tell me that you're tired, whereas we confirmed the week before that you'll be assisting us or you'll be attending the site visit? So my question around mainly is around that as to how can we better that coordination? How can we better that system? Another one is that around the RPL issue. Agatalonia has a production plant where they are producing all their detergents, and there's about 4 people that have the skills and have the knowledge as to how do they produce. You know, it's one of those people where if they're absent from work, if they're not at work, then everything comes to a standstill. And they have been doing this for years. And it seems like there is only one institution around Ekurhuleni that offers that program, and the program is Process Plant Operator. It seems like there is only one institution, which is Ekurhuleni East College, that offers that. And we had a conversation with them around the RPL process. And the question mainly was, is there a way whereby these 4 employees can undergo an RPL process where they don't necessarily have to go through the 3-year course? They can go through the assessments, and you know, it can be picked up that out of the modules that needs to be done, you only need to do 2 or 3 or whatever the case may be. But it seems like that was such a tedious process such that they said to them, no, you need to attend this course, which is a 3-year course which they need to attend full-time. And these people are breadwinners and their families. They cannot afford to attend this course for 3 years. But at the same time, the employer is willing to pay for them. So I would like to get clarity as to what is CHIETA doing exactly with regards to the RPL process within the sector.
Thank you. Final question over here.
No, thanks. DG, you can relax. I'm only going to suggest solutions. I think you've had enough questions for today. and first, DG, before I make my contribution, I just want to recognize the class, decorum, and constructive nature in which you have responded to every single question here, difficult as they may have been, and I think you deserve a round of applause. Yeah, it's very rare that you get direct responses to such difficult questions. DG, two contributions for me. I just noted that this year is the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter. So I went to look at what exactly did the Freedom Charter say was the purpose of education. Because I noted 2 distinct articulations. The DG and the Minister spoke about skills for the health of the economy. Whereas often in mainstream narrative, you hear skills to meet market demands. Now, the market and the economy are not the same thing. And in fact, I would go further to say the economy itself does not constitute the totality of the state. In fact, the Freedom Charter is very simple but profound. It says the purpose of skills development and education shall be to teach the youth to love their people, their culture, and to honor brotherhood. I added sisterhood. And to honor peace and liberty. If you look at countries that have industrialized properly, and I'll take Japan and China as an example, the first thing you witness when you walk into a Chinese or a Japanese factory is an expression of solid commitment to culture. That's the first thing you will see, which got me wondering, if indeed we have not done ourselves a disservice by not paying closer attention to what our forefathers meant when they say the purpose of education first. I'm saying this, DG, because once you say the purpose of education and skills development is to teach young people to love their country, you have to then define that state. A state is a permanent population within a defined territory that come together to constitute a government which acts as an agent of the state to improve your competitiveness and to enter into a relationship with the rest of the world. That's trade, basically. So in a way, it means a young person in Northwest must know, as much as an Italian knows everything there is to know about pasta, he should know everything to know about manganese and the PGMs that are underneath him. So before we go to we'll come to the technical part, because I think there is an overhyping of technical capability prior to understanding the purpose of it. That's why you will end up importing skills from everywhere else without necessarily beneficiating what's beneath your soil. So for me, I think we must go back to basics on what is the purpose. I'm linking this, DG, with the fact that on that Freedom Charter clause, there's one clause which I think you can hit your chest on it. In 1991, there were 7,200 students funded by NSFAS, which was then TEFSA, etc. Today, it's about 1.1 million. So you were spending 33 million, I think then it's about 50 billion right now. Now, why am I saying this? Is because I get a sense, I prefer to be divergent, but since it's a dialogue, there is a sense I'm getting that we are suggesting there's an oversupply of graduates in South Africa. I want to beg to differ. There is no oversupply of graduates in South Africa. There's declining productivity. And a deindustrialization due to an investment strike where finance is financing finance as opposed to financing productive activity. That's why Ekurhuleni, which used to have the greatest concentration of factories in the southern hemisphere, is a ghost town. So therefore, if you total all unemployed graduates in our country, there is no reason why you cannot repurpose a person who graduated from social science to running their own business. There's no reason, there's nothing that prevents them from doing that. And I'm saying this as an economic geographer because the greatest thing after development is where it's taking place. And right now you have, unfortunately, DG, I heard the president saying it's coming during the solar, a South African industrial strategy. Because that strategy becomes a biblical script on how training meets industrialization and the enhancement of productive capabilities. And that is why I really appreciate the first wave of questions on the other side, which were saying, but small businesses are at the bottom of the food chain. I don't just agree. In fact, I would say now more than ever, since the president signed the Public Procurement Act, you now have a legal tool to not just raise the advocacy that you are doing, but to say it is now illegal to procure furniture from China or from the US or from anywhere in the world when you are funding furniture manufacturing incubators in the country. So in a way, what is needed is a bit of aggression around that. My last contribution, DG, is not a question. It costs more to live and eat in Braamfontein than to study at UJ. It costs more to live, sleep, and eat and bath in Braamfontein than to study at Wits or UJ. The anatomy of the full cost of study must be put on the table. Because in fact, the more we increase our investment, up to 50 billion rand today, the higher the rent, the higher the cost of food. Those of you who lived in rest, you will know, you are eating the same chicken burger, chicken mayo, chicken this, chicken... The person who is selling food at the dining hall, is selling the drumstick at the same price, sometimes higher, to the market just outside that Pick n Pay. Yet they have a guaranteed market of 1.1 million that you are taking to school. The economics of that thing do not make sense. Therefore, the solution, DG, is that thing of blended learning. Yeah. What UJ, and I'm not saying this because I work there as well, DG. What UJ has just done now is actually revolutionary. Because what you are doing is to say, there's a problem of the dropout rate. I happen to have sat in councils for readmissions committee where students were being kicked out, program director. One of the lousy justifications was that you are taking space for someone else. That argument was only probably reasonably acceptable at first year, yet they would push somebody out at fourth year medicine, where the class is half of this class. But now, when you decenter it and go digital, you democratize it. South African universities begin to behave like mines, who can fire 20,000 employees today and hire 20,000 tomorrow who are prepared to earn less. Because the demand is so high, as you have seen. When you decentralize and democratize and go digital, universities like everywhere else in the world will start competing for students, not students competing for the universities, who therefore don't raise a finger because they have no incentive to even be competitive. Why? Of an oversupply of need, funding that has been made available, and a university that has no incentive to actually graduate them. So the dropout rate, I think, is an underexplored tragedy. That's what my doctoral thesis was on, and I can assure you now, the people you consider dropout are what is called pushed dropouts. And it's a uniquely South African phenomenon. I've never been to anywhere in the world, and I've taught in 3 continents, where students halfway through the year is told, you lack potential, bye-bye, but we'll keep the money. It doesn't happen anywhere that I've studied. Yet here it's happening. So the funding that has grown to the level of 50 billion needs to be respected a bit. And the way it can be respected is if we make sure that our universities honor their commitment. Students don't have to fit into the university. Universities must also fit. These are the only things we have anyway. This is how you start importing postdocs from around the world, because you can't produce your own postgraduate, because you drop all of them out by first year, or by June for that matter. That's my solution and contribution.
Safe to say we can all go home, right?
Done.
Safe to say.
Yeah.
As we conclude, let me start with you, Mr. Professor, and we'll work our way this way. Responses to the implicit and questions we've had, as well as your final thoughts.
All right. Thank you very much. I think there was a question around the readiness and the capacity of our TVET colleges to take on or implement the occupational qualification sub-framework. One has to admit that, indeed, as the DG said earlier on, these institutions have been evolving. And the DG did mention that a majority, in fact, of us even around here, we graduated from the old system. Similarly, the staffing that remains in our institutions, they most probably emerge from that system, and they therefore need to be assisted. So why, as the NSDP, National Skills Development Plan, the Master Skills Plan that is being introduced, and we've been pushing that the CHIETAs, and I think Dr. Mashongwane has hit it on the nail, that we've been driving the investment in the infrastructure development within the TVET system. CHIETAs have invested quite a lot of money in the lecturer development and systems development, curriculum reviews and upgrades, so that they align with the priorities that have been identified of the occupational qualifications. And we, from the NSA, we monitor these and we track the output. But we've also, perhaps as my parting shot, we have accepted that we need to start moving away from just performance. I attended a seminar recently where, the professor was saying there's a huge difference between performance and delivery. Your performance, we measure ourselves by the standards that we set for ourselves, but not exactly I come from the public service, as it was mentioned. While in the private sector, we'll talk return on investment. In the public service, we talk on return on expectations. What does the public expect? Those that we are actually here serving. So the delivery, it's actually defined around that expectation. And I would say this, I respect my CHIETA colleagues. I work with them. We've seen numbers coming out. They are maintaining good audit outcomes, which is good in building the public confidence, and everybody believes that their money is safe. And we have been having discussions around tax, and I know we move from almost VAT increase to fuel levy increase, but as much as the effect is less with the 16 cent, 15 cent fuel levy, but the impact, the feeling of parting away with the money remains. So therefore, everybody wants to retain the little resource that they have. So therefore, when money is entrusted in the hands of our sitters and other part of the institutional landscape, everybody wants to make sure that it's in the safe hands. However, we want to then start looking at what does that mean to Joe Public, to that student that is still struggling to get an accommodation. And I think my colleague here has described it perfectly well. And there are people who are dependent on the state for their basic existence. And so every intervention has to be measured on what does it materially mean, rather than academically explained somewhere. We can talk about all these academic terms, and it's almost like nodding to a blind horse if it doesn't change the life materially. So our focus then is to begin to say, how do we collaborate? And I think that has been spoken about several times. How do we collaborate to make sure that whatever intervention that is implemented has got a contribution? Sometimes the budgets are limited. That's what we need to accept. So if one sitter can only afford at that particular year only 100 learners against a big sea of poverty and other developmental challenges, we need to then look at how can the other sitters play the role, not just the sitters and other institutions within the landscape. I do want to say, and I think it would be remiss of me if I don't say this, to add to the DG about the NSF. The minister and the department have stood very firm on the previous, on the CHIETA grant regulations. Because, previously, the idea had been exactly that if the money is not spent, it gets swept into the national treasury and it changes, the purpose. We then stood firm with the review of the regulations back in 2012 to say that the sweeping mechanism, the money must remain within the CHIETA, within the skills development system. If the employer paid that money for skills development, it must remain for the skills development, because if it gets swept away into other purposes, then it would lose and defeat the purpose. That is my contribution, Program Director. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I just want to take this from a perspective of accountability. We've had inputs from various industry stakeholders, everybody saying what their contribution is, but also hearing what the outcry is from the society in terms of how the system is just not functioning as a well-oiled machine at this stage. And my contribution is more from a training provider and an industry player at the same time. We have very solid partnerships with NSF, where we are driving training programs for the artisans. We also have very solid partnerships with CHIETA, where we are driving your recognition of prior learning. One of the contributors was talking about how we are making that system more effective, because you're not going to be approaching people that are only coming in at the bottom end of the value chain, but you have people that have been playing in the industry who do not have the qualifications, and we are providing those services as well in terms of your recognition of prior learning, your workplace integrated learning. We all have a challenge with regards to on-the-job training, but what we're doing in recognition of that is also assisting some of the companies to become host organizations for the absorption of your artisans that are going on OJT. If you look at your STEM skills development, we have got schools that we have adopted in your communities at Atteridgeville, where we are developing the interest in terms of your maths and science so that those people can be the pipeline that will come into your artisan schools, that will go into universities and study in the engineering fields. However, what we need to have more of is accountability from different players, where you'll have more industries doing more than just Mandela Day contributions when it comes to trying to transform the skills, where you are going to have schools that you're going to be adopting and really making a difference in terms of being invested in those particular schools. Also, we're talking about a value chain here because at Nexa we can only accommodate, about 400 artisans that we are developing. What partnerships do we have with TVET colleges? We do have strong partnerships with like 2 TVET colleges where we do some of the training for them. We host their learners, but they also do assist in terms of assessment of our own artisans. We absorb a lot of our artisans that we are developing within Nexa, but we are also looking at how we can have very clear partnerships with the different industries where we are going to ensure that after we've done or concluded the training for your NSF, where are the students going to be absorbed? Because that's another issue where we are saying after those kids have been trained, where are they going to be absorbed at the end? And if you look at your requirements for support in terms of postgraduate research funding, we have got countries across the globe in the nuclear space who are saying we are ready to fund your postdocs. You need to be inspiring people to be pursuing research in your nuclear fields, and we will be happy, more than happy to fund those people. However, they are also, their requirement is for us to be able to commit to absorbing those people back in our country when they have concluded their training. And it goes back to the point of everyone being accountable for the role that they need to play in stimulating the economy, but also ensuring that we have got a system that works for skills development. And ultimately, we need to be looking also at how we make those partnerships work across the value chain. Thank you.
TTG? I mean DG.
Thank you very much. It's been a privilege to have the opportunity to sit here and listen to, the contributions by such distinguished the audience we had today. Congratulations to the executive chairman of Inside Education, Mr. Matume Litswalo. Congratulations to the CEO of CHIETA, who are the key facilitators for this dialogue today. In my own book, this has been a successful engagement. But what is going to be key is what we do with what we've been saying to one another. So for that to assist us to achieve the goals we have set, I think it's going to be important that the coordination team set up a clear structure that coordinates all the inputs, prepare those questions that have been asked to us. We have tried to answer those questions, but it's not possible for the structure like this to answer deep questions that actually emanate from lived experience by so many who are here. So it's going to help us that those questions are lifted again so that they are processed within the structures of the system, and we can then channel the responses back to Inside Education and CHIETA so that all stakeholders that are here will benefit from the complete and most comprehensive responses that are there. When we came here, we said we would like to achieve and build a consensus on a national roadmap for skills development. I think we tried to do this. We might not have been comprehensive in what we've done, but we did say that there is already a reviewed HRD strategy for the country. And that HRD strategy for the country is a roadmap for skills development for South Africa. But we also assured members that those documents that we have prepared, and we call them the plans, are not complete until you have engaged with them, so that you give life to them. And we already have provided a platform for doing so, and that is the summit that is going to be organized. And we have extended a principled invitation to all the stakeholders in the sector so that we further engage those issues so that sectorial issues that might not have been picked up by experts that developed these programs can actually be integrated into the plan, particularly its implementation plan. That is the first answer to that question. The second question around the strengthening of inter-CHIETA collaboration. We have said not only the CHIETAs must collaborate, but the entire post-school education and training, in the light of an understanding that education is not just formal education. Education is formal, but it is also non-formal. It is also informal. And therefore, our answers to problems of South Africa, if they are only limited to formalized structures that are tasked with the responsibility to drive education, they would be inadequate. So there is a need for us in our plans to look into community education and training that helps us to look into those, to look into TVET colleges so that we are able to touch all the areas that are important pillars of our economy and social development. Lastly, we committed ourselves to identifying priority investment areas for workforce readiness. And we all, I think if almost all stakeholders that have spoken, particularly the panel members that have here, agree that workforce readiness is important. But I thought I also heard them saying that our view of workforce readiness must be broader than this. I think Dr. Masuta, right towards the end, when he argued that the role of universities cannot just be technical in nature, but it must embrace more sociological issues. It actually completed the conversation to say that education can't just be about equipping you to perform a task, but education must come to be handy when we have a 41% unemployment in the country, and still have young people that still respect the rule of law, the young people that still respect property of other people, the rights of individuals, not be involved in gender-based violence because of those reasons. Education comes handy under those circumstances to keep the country disciplined, to instill respect, the philosophy of Ubuntu that we pride ourselves with in South Africa becomes a fundamental philosophy that is a bedrock that pulls together all technical areas and define us as a people that are different. We had a group of people that went with the president to meet the president of US, and I've seen the president leading state visits to other countries as well. Everywhere we go as South Africans, the rest of the world expect us to provide answers to difficult questions about our existence as humanity. And sitting and standing on the shoulders of Nelson Mandela and the giants that developed and built our country, our duty goes beyond just dealing with bread and butter issues, to actually say we are raising our hands and we are saying we are not going to rest up until we have built a better world than the world we have inherited. The panel discussions have focused on technical and soft skills for the future, on strategies for upskilling and reskilling, and mechanisms to strengthen policy, funding, and governance in the skills development ecosystem. And I feel that I must applaud my fellow panel members for their contribution in this regard. We may not have exhausted such a big subject that covers such a huge area, but I believe that the facilitator of our program must also be credited for having lifted questions that are difficult to answer, but that are going to linger in our memories for many, many, many years, and they will influence us in our engagements in the system as we try to find solutions to our country's problems. Ultimately, the dialogue sought to catalyze actionable partnerships that align training with economic growth and job creation goals. And I think we might not have covered the area sufficiently in this area, but the questions that have been answered, if we answer those questions honestly, we will get closer to finding solutions for the country. But I think what is most important is to ask more questions than the questions that we have asked here. If we were to go to society, there are more questions, and those questions are as basic as asking, what am I going to eat tonight? Where am I going to get the next job? Those are the questions that the minister in his opening remarks raised, and the answers to them are in the minds of all of us. Let's work together, and we commit as a Department of Education to working with you to finding better ways of building a country that we have dreamed of over the many years in the development of our democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you to the panel, Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Osinati Sishi. Thanks to Ms. Tembile Abuisa, the GE for Human Capital at NEXA, thank you, as well as Mr. Zamobake Kuzwayo, CEO at NPSA, and of course, from NESFA, so we also had Wasim, who was here with us from NESFA, he had to go early, as Sebastian, the Managing Director at AFROX. Thank you to the panel for your contributions.
Thank you.
We're almost at the end of the program. I know we're running about half an hour or so late, but we've got two more people who are going to hear from before we wrap for lunch. I like them. And in doing that, the first person then, as we conclude, I'd like to call forward for just a summary of what we've heard today is from inside contributing editor Tebe Mfanga. Tebe? Is Tebe here? Oh, there we go. 'Cause I couldn't- there we go. That's the mic.
Thank you. We can work with an applause or something. Okay, so I can proceed with this task in one of two ways, right? I can repeat what was said and take up the amount of time that it took for it to be said. But now in life I've learned that you cannot stand between people and their lunch. That is never, ever a wise thing. So please allow me to just summarize what was said today. I think at the starting point, the DG made the point that, if there's one thing you take away from what you heard today, I think for me, if there's one thing you take away today, it's what was said by the CEO of CHIETA, not because he's paying for our lunch, but because I think it's profound and valid. It's this idea that skills are not just to meet market demand, right? They are to satisfy a social need. So you don't just teach a person how to weld or how to sew or how to plant. You're teaching them, A, how to earn a livelihood for themselves, and then how to sustain their family, and then you build a community, and then you build society. So the task that you have at hand as a sector is not just purely to equip people with the means to transact and earn a salary, but rather sustain a livelihood. That, I think, when we begin to realize the task that we're engaged in, I think that'll give us a sense of urgency in how we apply ourselves. And then from the minister, what I heard is she wants to send young people to China. There, as always, when you hear of such an opportunity, that, yeah, I've got a niece I want to send to China, minister, so please, as soon as that program comes to life, please do send us the link and, we'll get them to apply. But the idea, and also, again, when we speak from the minister, not just now, but also at the beginning of the month, from the induction of the NSA board, one of the minister's profound level of commitment is to the 3.5 million people who are not in education, not in employment, and not in training. The idea that a 23-year-old can wake up and have nothing to look forward to is something that should worry all of us and make us lose sleep at night. That's why the DG says we need to then know them in person. They're not just 3.5 million 15 to 24-year-olds who have nothing to do. Wake up, you don't have data on your phone to search for an opportunity. You don't have the means to, you do not know where your next, forget the meal. You do not know where your next prospect or the means to advance yourself will come from. And I think the sector should apply its mind and devote resources to creating opportunities for people in those, for that segment of society. It's very easy to overlook and forget people who are sitting and doing nothing. So I think we stop calling them needs. We say those who are not in education, employment, and training. If you reach out and make sure that you kickstart some opportunity for them, I think we will have done quite well. And then, of course, an issue that came through, of course, collaboration and partnerships. No one can do this alone. Collaboration and partnerships are quite important between CHIETAs, and private sector, between government and the private sector, between government, private sector, and civil society. Collaborations are important. They help us assess needs correctly. They help us direct resources accordingly. They help us achieve better outcomes. Because if one person comes and say, I've got R1 billion, and I think I know how it should be spent, without listening to the needs of their supposed recipients, without listening to ideas from partners, you could find yourself that R1 billion later, well, we've actually produced, 1,000 welders. But actually, we don't have high precision welders who can work at Midupi. All of them can just weld palisade fencing around your Sasol properties, but none of them can weld a petrol tank because we didn't sit and listen to the actual needs. And of course, CHIETA leads the way in terms of inter-sector collaboration. We've heard about the Green Hydrogen Center for Specialization that was opened last year with TETA and MQA. And that's an example of why collaboration can take us far. And then this idea of if all 21 CHIETAs were to collaborate, I think the potential to explore there could be something magical out of that. And then from the panelists, we start with the NSA. Now, again, where, as I say, we had an encounter earlier at the board induction. One of the points that the NSA has taught us, the CEO told us at the beginning of the month, is the idea that CHIETAs have actually assisted about 3 million people to access portable skills and therefore gain pathways into the job market. Now, when you look at unemployment numbers, the idea that there are 16 million economically inactive people, 3 million is a starting point, makes a dent. But if you can, between literally in this cycle that the CHIETAs are starting now, 2025 to 2030, and manage to have such an impact, assist 3 million, mostly young, not only, but mostly young people, gain skills that give them access to the job market, I think we'll begin to make a dent to the unemployment field. And then when I heard that we've got NEXA here, I thought to myself, oh, those are highly specialized people. Don't they train 5 nuclear scientists a year? That's about it, That's what you assume, right? But it's gratifying to hear that NEXA actually comes with this approach that says we don't just train for our own needs, but we train for the needs of the economy. So if a NEXA although their own function is highly specialized and nuclear, but they can able to train artisans that can then be used across industries. And they start with the 400 that they handle. And then you have other similar sized institutional, larger ones, training 1,000 here, 500 there. I think you will then begin to see that impact that we need. Because if you, this is a South African phenomenon. If you go back to when we had that economic plan called ASGISA, under ASGISA, there was something called GIPSA, the Joint Initiative for Priority Skills Acquisition, right? That initiative used to identify how many artisans we need per year, how many engineers are required per year, and that runs into thousands. So the effort that your NEXA puts in, added on to similar, in collaboration with CHIETAs, of course, and TVET colleges, will then begin to give you the pipeline of artisan skills that you need. So I think that work needs to be highly supported. And then from private sector, at EPROX, we hear quite a crucial input on that, because obviously whatever you train, the private sector offers the point where the skills meet the monetization. And if we're guided by private sector needs, better understanding of what the market is, where the market is going, what the market needs, I think, again, we can begin to scale and train the proportion and type of professionals that we need. But the private sectors are merely one player in the ecosystem. They don't encounter for the whole system. They serve the needs of monetizing and creating the jobs. But then also, as we say with the theme of today, we are creating more than just workers. These are workers who must then integrate into society, so they need soft skills. These are workers who must adapt to technology, no coding, no bit of AI, over and above the technical skill that they bring. And the work that the likes of APROX do in that regard is quite important. And then when we moved into the question section, brought up a very important dimension. The first opening questions brought up the issue of entrepreneurship. Because I was asked by someone who runs their own business. So South Africa, if you look at something like the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, this study has been done by globally now for about 25 years. In South Africa, I think it's done by UCT. The Global Entrepreneurship Monitor shows that South Africa has a low entrepreneurship participation rate compared to its peer developing countries, right? I think the 2023 editions, if you ask adults and say, do you plan to start a business in the next 3 years? In South Africa, 1 in 3, less than 30% of adults would say yes. Whereas if you go to a country like Brazil, the proportions are like 50% and 60%. And the difference in those countries, most of the people who plan to start businesses in the next 3 years, they go on to act on that. So in South Africa, you have a low number of people who say, yes, I would like to start a business in the next 3 years, and an even lower number of people who actually register a company and start that business. So that's the base is missing. The culture of entrepreneurship, for a history that we all appreciate, is not entrenched in South Africa. We don't have generational examples of successful businessmen in certain communities, but we do have generational examples of successful business people in other communities, even if they are minorities. And that is what we must build on to encourage young people to think of entrepreneurship as a way or a pathway to employment, which is why when the DG talks of a R1 billion program to train business people in collaboration with the Small Business Department, again, such initiatives have to be supported. It needs to be more broadly publicized. You need more people applying for those programs. Even if a proportion of them don't make it through, but the percentage who make it will begin to form a new base and generation of entrepreneurs. So that is quite essential. And then the important point also made by the DG here is the idea that workforce development is no longer just a policy imperative. It's a national survival skill. It's a national survival need, right? It makes a difference between whether we become a country of majority unemployed adults by 2030, or we become a country with, more people paying taxes than those who do not by 2030, 2035. Social mobility, as emphasized by NSFAS, it's quite an important aspect as well. The idea of being able to get people into the system, supporting 1 million people at a time on a budget of 47 billion to attain higher education. People who otherwise ordinarily would not be able to attain higher education. I think that is quite important and again needs to be supported. But the more important point that's come out is that supporting people in higher education is more than just the financial support or getting them accommodation. There actually is broader holistic socio-psychological support that people need when they're in higher education. I once had an opportunity to work with Sasol. And Sasol then says, one of the things they discovered, right, they give bursaries to learners. And a learner would come from, say, Limpopo with good matric results, and they get into a BSc degree. And then over time, they would find, for some reason, there'd be a relatively high proportion of people who then struggle. 20% of their bursars are not doing well at first year. But these people came in with good matric results, bachelor passes and distinctions. Why do they, and it can't just be, because they've moved from Limpopo to Wits, adjustment to tertiary education is difficult. And then they ask the question, why are these kids struggling? And then, through those campus visits and engagements, what are you actually struggling with? It can't just be you're overwhelmed by Joburg and all that. What they then discovered in that research is that a significant proportion of the learners who they give bursaries to, actually, they should be wearing glasses like me. A lot of them would have gone through school in Limpopo without realizing that actually their eyesight is not optimal. Right? Because the environment they were in, it didn't matter. Here's the board and whatever. When you reach a lecture hall like this person can't keep up with what's being done here. So they're actually battling to. So one of the interventions they made is then you can give them a voucher, they go have their eyes tested, literally given a pair of glasses, and they saw an improvement. They saw an improvement in performance. So now it's now become part of standard program. When a person is accepted at the bursary, as they receive their laptops, they get their Specsavers voucher, they go get their glasses before they begin even first year. And they saw improvement in results. Now a higher proportion of their bursars are making it through. So that's what we mean when you say the intervention is not just to pay for your tuition, we pay for your textbook, we pay for your accommodation, off you go and get your degree. We have to keep looking at what other barriers could be in place and how does the support system cater for that. So I think, the non-financial support for students is quite important. The question of innovation, and of course embracing digitization, it cannot be left out. Workers of the future have to be more than able to just turn on a laptop and anything, with their skills. Things like your coding, AI application, machine learning, we're going to reach a point where they become standardized learning, whatever skill you are learning. Whether you're learning to become a welder or a lawyer or a dentist, you're going to find yourself having to accompany that with those digital skills. Otherwise, your options will become limited. So I think digitization is quite an important point of the future of work. Also encouraging to hear from the Department of Higher Education, establishing this Just Energy Transition Skills Desk. That is very, very, very important. So when South Africa received the Just Energy Transition funding from the Glasgow conference a few years ago, we got 8.5 billion concession funding. You want to go to Mpumalanga and close down coal mines, you could effectively be putting out 150,000 people out of work. What do you do for them in order for them to continue earning a living if the mines that they earn their livelihood from are closed? So I think a desk like Just Energy Transition Skills Desk will allow those people to then learn skills that they can use in new industries, the green economy. When green hydrogen eventually takes off, we heard that there's no demand yet because there's no production. But when green hydrogen eventually takes off, CHIETA already has like 3 qualifications in place to work in that sector. So you need people to learn these new skills so that as coal mining and coal production declines and we pick up in renewable energies, the people can then work and have portable skills across for the new industries. So that is quite important. And then also, we heard again from the NSA, the other initiatives that we have in place to complement the work of CHIETAs to supply specialized skills, quite important. But more heartening is the DG taking responsibility with the National Skills Fund. He says he's been to Scopa 8 times. I'm like, yo, that's like going to the principal's office every week to account for people's wrong deeds. Scopa appearances are never pleasant. And the fact that we now have an SIU proclamation to sort out NSF, I think is quite important. We hope that bears thingy. Finally, and most importantly, as the DG says, that everywhere we go in the world as South Africa, the world is looking for answers from us about the essence of human existence. We are known, we are highly regarded. To keep that position and remain competitive, we will have to produce skills of the future. And dialogues like this are important for us to make a start to achieving that goal. So let's keep this conversation going on the various platforms and hopefully support with the minister and the DG, partners like NEXA, the NSA overseeing quality and assurance output, and the private sector to hire these people, of course. I think if we achieve that and absorb, as I say, the next 3 million cohort of young people in the next 5 years into the job market, I think we will have made a difference. And this dialogue is only a start. So yeah, let's keep the conversation going. Thank you.
Final, just a quick question, Terry. Are you the vote of thanks uncle in your family? Because the man stood here and said, I know not to stand between people and their lunch. And then proceeded to speak for half an hour. Thank you very much for that, Tebe Mabanga, the contributing editor at Inside Education. We're going to wrap, hopefully in a matter of minutes, fewer than 10. And to do that for us, I'm going to call forward now the Deputy Director General responsible for skills development at the Higher Education and Training Department, Mr. Zukile Lomvalo. Please welcome him to the podium.
Well, thanks very much, Program Director. Well, I know where to cut, fat calories, is to dispense with patronages. Because I know patronages, they can take almost 15%, of your time. So I'm going to dispense with patronages, except to say we extend our immense heartfelt gratitude to every one of you for your active participation. And I must say, it's for the first time to have been in a session of this nature where the participation rate is so very high. So your thoughtful contributions and most importantly, your commitments towards a skilled and capable workforce, especially as we implement the medium-term development plan as the country. A special thank obviously goes to our minister for inspiring leadership and for setting the tone, especially for our long-term strategic vision and post-school system and the country. The Minister's presence once again reaffirmed the centrality of skills development work in our national development agenda. Today's National Skills Dialogue has been far more than a policy dialogue. It has been a platform of shared purpose, dynamic exchange, and visionary resolve. As the proverb says, quote unquote, when the roots are deep, there is no reason to fear the wind. And today we strengthened the roots of our collective efforts. The medium-term development plan reminds us that targeted skills development is not a luxury, but a necessity. With over 3.8 million young people not in employment, education, or training, the time to act is now. I should think we have labored ourselves with regard to this challenge. The best way, therefore, to predict the future is to create it. And today we committed to doing exactly that. Well, I must say we're inspired once again by CHIETA's continued leadership in driving innovation from smart skills centers to green hydrogen program. These are not isolated successes, they are replicable pathways. Let this dialogue mark a beginning, not an end. Let us all return to our sectors, our communities, and our institutions with a renewed spirit, inspired, re-energized, and ready to build. For indeed, the future will not wait, and neither will we. Our sincere thanks once again to you, CEO, for your strong stewardship and of articulating the purpose of this dialogue with clarity and conviction as we started earlier. We also appreciate Mr. Letsoalo, Executive Chairman of Insight Education, for a warm welcome and partnership in making this platform possible. To our esteemed panelists, thank you for your insights, expertise, and rich dialogue. Every one of you highlighted the challenges and opportunities that future workforce faces while contributing to a shared vision for skills development in our country. Importantly, I know Tembekile is a rare occasion whereby program directors are thanked. So I must really thank you. Your hard work ensured that there is a smooth running of this significant dialogue. And that is why we call it a successful dialogue. To all delegates and attendees, your participation and contribution were invaluable. Your presence once again affirms a shared belief that our nation's future depends on how boldly and collaboratively we respond to the evolving demands of our labor market. Let us live here with a renewed energy and a collective resolve. As the African proverb reminds us, quote unquote, when the roots are deep, there is no reason to fear the wind. May our efforts here deepen the roots of an inclusive, resilient, and future-fit skills ecosystem. I am also reminded that even the tallest tree started as a seed buried beneath the soil. Today we planted seeds of transformation, and what we nurture together will shape the forests of tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, rats don't dance in the cat's door without a plan. Hear me well. Ladies and gentlemen, rats don't dance in the cat's door without a plan. Let us live here not only inspired, but also intentional, ready to move boldly and wisely to implementation. The X forgets, but the tree remembers. Let us always act with integrity and empathy, for the impact of our words and work will be remembered by those we serve long after the applause fades. Let us not grow weary in doing good, for in due season we'll reap if we do not give up, ladies and gentlemen, can I say to you, thank you. And may the road rise to meet you. May the sun shine upon your faces. May the rain fall to soften your fields up until we meet again.
Thank you very much, DDG. Before we go, just a quick one. While we're all trying to figure out whether we are the rat or the cat, what we'll do is, as we come to the end of the program, firstly, my thanks to all of you for having me. It's been a wonderful 3 hours. I know we were slightly behind schedule, but African time always works. So thank you all for bearing with us. Thank you for your contributions today. Gentlemen at the back, if you can all just hold off for me. Thank you, all four of you. Thank you. What we're going to do is, we're going to do this fly sci-fi style. We're going to leave in rows. So the first 3 rows, if I can ask you, please to make your way out, including the panel. There'll be someone waiting there to receive you, and then we'll do it in another 3 rows, because then the teams will be waiting outside to be able to show you where you can go for lunch, just so we're all able to manage the process. Thank you for being a wonderful audience. Have a wonderful day further. First 3 rows, fly sci-fi style, first 3 rows. Thank you so much, sir. It was a long one. I had to tell them today. Yeah, I was waiting. Thank God I did big today.
Okay, my brother.